Good morning to all gentlemen.
Good morning.
Good morning, Lakshmi ji. Good morning, Dr. Swaroop.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm very well. How are you, sir?
गुप्ता जी नमस्कार.
गुरुदेव आ गए लाइन पे?
नहीं उनको मैं आनंद गुप्ता जी को नमस्कार बोल रहा हूँ.
यस सर, नमस्कार सर.
मैं तो आनंद मैं गुप्ता गुरुदेव को बोल रहा था, ओपी गुप्ता जी.
नहीं, मैं समझ गया. मैं आपकी बात को समझ गया जी. बिल्कुल एकदम. गुरुदेव तो एक ही हैं.
जी जी. और निर्देशक भी हैं एक आप.
अरे नहीं साहब, मैं तो अब जो है मतलब अब आशुतोष वगैरह ये लोग सब तैयारी करते हैं और मुझे बुला लेते हैं, मैं आ जाता हूँ.
वही तो निर्देशक का दायित्व यही तो है वहां पर स्वरूप साहब.
आपका बड़प्पन है साहब.
It is our delight to be there and be guided by you. It's absolutely a delight.
नहीं, it's all your affection, love, and so much of encouragement that you keep giving us always.
And I'm being downright honest, Doctor Sahab. You don't know how much knowledge and how much skill I've acquired by just being with all of you. It's an amazing feeling. It's an amazing feeling.
Actually, हमारे यहाँ बोलते हैं ना लोग कि सत्संग जरूर करिए. जो भी करिए लेकिन सत्संग जरूर करिए.
अवश्य जी.
तो अगर सत्संग करेंगे तो आपको ज्ञान हमेशा प्राप्त होगा, क्योंकि जो परमेश्वर का रूप है वो निराकार है, निरंकार है. अब उसके अंदर इतने एक्सप्लेनेशंस हैं, जब तक कि 25, 50, 100 लोग सोचेंगे नहीं, तब तक ज्ञान कभी प्राप्त हो ही नहीं सकता.
I agree with you 100%.
I am so happy कि हमारे स्मार्ट सिटी के बहुत ही गणमान्य लोग आज हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं. And it is a wonderful feeling, and we will
looking forward, Doctor Sahab, looking forward.
Yes. No, it's going to be very interesting deliberation, and I hope that everybody will take away something when they go back, and that is what the intent of this whole discussion is.
चल रहा है.
तो आशुतोष शुरू करें अब. आशुतोष
हेलो.
शुरू किया जाए.
हाँ, शुरू करते हैं.
चलिए शुरू करें.
We are audible, sir. Hello.
Hello.
We are audible.
Yes, yes. Everybody is audible.
Yes, sir.
Now we can actually mute our mics.
Good morning to all.
लैपटॉप है इधर, इंटरनेट है रे, इंटरनेट है, लाना पड़ेगा ना, इसका लेके आना पड़ेगा ना, डाउनलोड करना पड़ेगा.
सब जरा माइक म्यूट कर लें. और अब प्रोग्राम शुरू हो रहा है तो सभी लोग म्यूटेड रखें. मैं भी अपना माइक म्यूट कर रहा हूं.
It's 11:30 and time to start the program
अभी
for
इसका
today.
क्या
आप सभी से आग्रह है कि अपना माइक कृपया म्यूट कर लें. हम लोग प्रोग्राम की शुरुआत कर रहे हैं. Namaskar, Suprabhat, good morning. A very welcome to all the wonderful people gathered today for the second edition of the digital conference, Smart Cities, the Future Growth Drivers. I am Ashutosh Bhardwaj, Director Corporate Affairs, CIDC, and I'll be your program host for today and tomorrow. On behalf of the Enlistment Division, we welcome you to today's digital conference. This, as you know, is the third event in the series of digital conferences being organized by the Enlistment Division CIDC. The first digital conference was on topic charting the way forward for the construction sector during post-COVID world. This was held on the 15th of May 2021. The second was on 24th July on smart cities. And now we have the third one. Looking at the response that it garnered, we decided to continue with the series, and the feedback and the love and affection from the industry has been tremendous. We have a growing list of smart cities that are participating, as well as other stakeholders who have joined this bandwagon. So based on the feedback and the enthusiasm shown by you, we can actually continue the series. We are also holding regular steering group meetings, which comprises of both the smart cities as well as the solution providers. And we keep intimating you about these, and you are also welcome to join them. While we promise to bring you more such exciting conferences in the near future, we also request you to kindly pencil out your calendar for the two dates, 31st of October 2021 and 7th March 2022 for the 13th CIDC Vishwakarma Awards 2022. Before we begin the session, I request all of you again to keep your mics on mute throughout the entire conference unless you are queued to speak. This will not only enhance your experience, but also enable us to finish the sessions on time. Kindly use the raise your hand icon to indicate you want to speak. Time permitting, we will have an open house in each session for your question and answers. In case your queries are not answered, please do write to us or leave your queries in the chat box with your contact details, and we will try to connect with you to the speaker for clarifications. We have a lot of touch points for our young friends who have evinced a keen interest in this event, and we shall unwrap the box of surprises soon. Stay connected, young friends, with your pen and paper. I now have the pleasure of inviting our chairman, Dr. P.S. Rana, an eminent civil engineer and town planner himself, to deliver the welcome address. Despite being in Chicago at this unearthly hour, he continues to bless this cause and readily agreed to join and be amongst us. A big clap for Dr. Rana. Dr. Rana, please.
Thank you, Ashutosh. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all for this session of the Smart City. And as I'm told, more than 900 people have already registered and logged in. Over the next 2 days, we will have about 20 presentations, which will cover all the topics related to small city projects. You know, we all understand that these 100+ cities which have been taken up, they are our pilot projects. That is not the end of the program of smart cities. These pilot projects are basically to help us in defining our objectives of future cities, what sort of activities the cities are required to perform, what policies and projects need to be planned for achieving those objectives. You know, let us start from the basic thing. Why a city is required? Why should we have cities and not the villages alone? Naturally, for any economic activity, particularly the secondary and tertiary level, there is a certain level of infrastructure backup and economy of scale is required. And for that purpose, we have to see what sort of cities will suit and meet our objectives in a more optimal manner, use the resources in an optimal manner. And these cities are supposed to throw out those best practices to fulfill those objectives. And I think gradually we are learning more and more. The most important activity in a city is economic activity. But if we see our existing cities, we do not provide the type of activity needs are. The cost for providing those facilities, the infrastructure required to meet those, the effective manner of these city planning, not only at the city level, but again, the network of cities at regional level. I think if we really plan, what should be the size of the city? Have we ever done any study what a size of the city is optimally used? 50,000, 100,000, 2 lakhs, 5 lakhs, or a mega city like most of the cities are. But we all know that when the city size start increasing, the cost of developing and maintaining the city start shooting up. Can these smart cities, through an optimal size, whether it is 1 lakh or 2 lakhs, which normally the indications are. Second part, one thing which we have missed in our past planning, and I think we have to correct that. When we talk of preparing the master plans for the cities, the basic objectives laid for the master planning was to facilitate supply of service land for non-agriculture activities in a planned and coordinated manner at affordable prices. What actually happened in practice was totally reverse. We controlled the supply of service land for non-agriculture uses and created artificial scarcity and speculate the prices. I think we have to reverse that trend. And these pilot cities should guide us how to do it. In my opinion, the land and the space for commercial and industrial use should be the cheapest in the city, not the costliest. But in all our cities, the commercial is the highest cost. Why? Have you ever thought of it? We have created, as per our master plan, a certain limit is that commercial should not be more than 5%, more than 6%. I think why that limit? Rather, it should be the reverse. The basic function of a city is economic activity, whether it is commercial or industrial or service sector. And if we do not provide adequate space and relevant infrastructure for those activities, naturally, we are creating artificial scarcity. If we give as more freedom, the city should be not less than 10%, higher the better. If the supply is more than demand, even if by 10%, it will regulate and manage the speculative element of the pricing on the spaces and the infrastructure. Second part, what we have to think, a city has to be self-sustainable, financially and economically. How to do it? If our cities are not sustainable, how can we make the overall economy as sustainable? Can our cities' tax system or the pricing system be in such a way that a city sustain itself? Whether it is the infrastructure cost, we are not able to use our resources effectively. I think if we use the total resources available to the local government, it can be financially sustainable, and we have to find solution through these pilot cities. I think the responsibility of these 100+ pilot smart cities programs is to find the right solution for our future cities. India is still only 1/3 urbanized, 2/3 is still rural, and our growth of population, we need many more cities and to take care of the future urbanization. Our agriculture cannot sustain the level of 51% labor force loaded on agriculture. They have to be shifted to the non-agriculture activity, and that can be done only in the cities. And with the present scheme of Atmanirbhar Bharat, I think that is the right time to plan our cities which are more conducive for future urbanization. That means future industrialization and proper service sector also. And our hope on these 100 cities is that we will find the right solutions, right size of the city, right system for transport, right system for water supply, and other social infrastructure to take care of our future cities. Whether can we achieve the self-sustainability in water itself, the concept of micro water equilibrium, if a city can sustain, I think that can be one direction. And these experiments in these cities should prove what is the most optimal solutions. I think this is the area which we have to deliberate over the next 2 days and even in future, when the best practices from each of these cities are put together, evaluated, and found out that how India should be urbanized in next 20-30 years, in a not only at each city level but at a regional level, so that networking of the cities are also most optimal from ecology point of view and from the transport interconnectivity point of view. It has to be a most optimum solution for the country as a whole, not at individual cities. And I am quite hopeful that deliberation over the next 2 days, we will go one step further in this direction to find the solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, sir. Thank you, sir.
And thank you so much for the warm welcome and setting the tone for the day. That was some very good economics being explained in a very simple way, which would lead to more dynamism in the model of the smart cities. However, now to put things into perspective and do a deep dive into the subject, we have the master storyteller and domain expert with us today. I now invite Dr. P.R. Swaroop, Director General CIDC, to elaborate on the preamble of this digital conference. Dr. Swaroop.
Thank you, Ashutosh, and my deepest regards and gratitude goes to our chairman. I know it is almost like beyond midnight in Chicago, and I know how torturous it is to remain awake. Yet he's so full of energy that I'm really surprised and a great source of inspiration. And I hope I should be able to kind of achieve what he has done to the extent of about 10 to 15%, and that will be really a fabulous achievement for that matter. Thank you, sir, for being with us. And I also welcome all the representatives of smart city missions that we have there. There is a huge responsibility on your shoulders. And we know that in spite of all the odds, all the difficulties, you are carrying on with your work, which is going to be not only a kind of visible national flagship program, but also going to be paving the way for future. And I'm going to take it up, the kind of cascading of the works that are going to be coming your way now. So it is incumbent on all of us that we should basically not only call ourselves a smart city, but also we must start acting smartly. And that also I'm going to be taking up now. I also thank all the experts who are here, and especially the specialized service providers who have joined us today, and they will be displaying some of the wonderful technologies which have started emerging. I am very happy to note that many of them are startup ventures who have just begun their work almost a couple of years ago and giving us so much of confidence that this country can do wonders when it comes to that. After all, every sixth person on this globe is an Indian, and it is not the responsibility of Indians to manage the motherland, but also to go beyond the shores and make sure that people everywhere and anywhere for that matter, they get the benefit of the wisdom, knowledge, experience, what we have been gathering together. Thank you one and all, and especially a lot of affection and love goes to the young students who have joined us, who are just looking towards future, and they will be able to pick up a lot of messages. And I guess Ashutosh is going to give them some kind of a homework, some task, what they need to do, because this is going to be a learning session for them. Almost all of them are participating in the internship programs that CIDC and affiliated organizations are offering. And I'm very sure with the inclusion of young people in this particular deliberation and a lot of material now going on the YouTube also, I think this is going to be a kind of a huge bunch of lessons to be learned by the young people to look at the kind of good practices which our friends in Smart City Mission, they are basically practicing on. So it's lovely to have all of you, and my gratitude to all of you for being with us today to make this whole event so successful. Let me just take on from where I left earlier. The first thing is that our name is a smart city. We are supposed to be producing smart cities. But one thing which now we have to basically bring in the culture, and that is the pride that we can possibly think of. And I'm sure all my friends from the Smart City Missions will make a serious note of it. That it is not only the cities that we are going to be developing are going to be smart. We are also looking at smart technologies. We are looking at smart systems of working. We are looking at smart systems of procurement. We are also looking at smart systems of implementing wonderful quality in the execution of the work. So I guess that everything that we do has to be around the parenthesis, what we call as smartness. And I'm absolutely certain that at the end of the second day of this particular event, and I'm sure that there are going to be many more deliberations that will keep coming, we should be in a position to make certain value changes in the way we function, so that truly we can go and say, yes, we are smart. And we not only display the boards and messages, we also talk about it. We make it sure that whatever we do is smart. And I'm going to be telling you what are the kind of things that will make us really smart and proud, not only in our country, but also elsewhere. Now, let me tell you the onerous responsibility that is going to be shifted on your shoulders. And this is something which is very much evident, and we have to start looking at this particular segment of work. The Smart City Missions, as our chairman just now said, that these are basically the kind of pilot efforts that we are doing. Sir, can you mute yourself? Let's not disturb others. They are seriously listening to it. Okay. So coming back to the thing, what I'm trying to say that there are smart systems, but then there is a larger and onerous responsibility on your shoulders. Very soon, after the execution of the mission that we have there, we shall be now moving into spreading the number of smart cities throughout the country to make sure that we are able to create smart cities in real sense everywhere. And the numbers are going to be humongous. They will not be 100 or 200 or 300. Possibly we are talking about the number of districts in this country is almost like about more than 7 or 8,000. I'm not very sure of the number, but that is the kind of number of the districts we have. And very soon we will have to move out to the places where basically we are able to set up smart cities in every district town. And that is something that should be our effort for that matter. We shall also be setting up a wonderful network of smart cities and small smart cities, even in our hinterland, in rural, rural segment of the country for that matter. And how it is going to come, let me share this with you. All of us know about the 3 farm bills that we have there. And the effort is basically to make sure that the agricultural produce that we have in the country, and mind you, it's a huge business. As a matter of fact, the kind of produce that India is making now at this moment is fully capable of feeding entire world for that matter. Our farmers have done wonders. Our agricultural scientists have done wonders. But then while we were doing all these wonders, there was something that was missing. What was missing? We were not able to really take our processing units to the hinterland. We were not able to build up the kind of storage structures in the hinterland. We were not able to arrest the movement of people from the rural hinterland to the larger cities for that matter. Let me give you my own personal experience. I came to city of Delhi sometimes in 1980. As a matter of fact, it was January 1980 that I came to Delhi from a relatively smaller state capital town called Patna. And I was astounded to see the kind of population that we had in this city. But believe you me, at that point in time, according to our census, the population was hardly about 60 lakhs. And now there are many guesses, starting from 1 crore 30 lakhs to 2 crores, including the floating population. If you have, then possibly it is even beyond 2 crores, because Delhi has emerged as a huge economic center for that matter, which is inviting people coming from the entire NCR. And NCR is spread out in Rajasthan, in Haryana, partly in Punjab for that matter, and a good part of UP also. And of course, Uttarakhand and others, they also keep moving to Delhi. And of course, they are not the kind of day travelers, but fact of the matter is that there is a huge number of people who come to this city in search of the employment. Look at the kind of agricultural laws that have been brought in, the kind of plans that the national planners have. And I'm absolutely certain that the whole country is now going to be bursting with a lot of energy. And what would be required is that while we are creating the processing structures, handling structures, storage structures, we shall also have the need for creating smart housing for our people there, the smart civic centers for our people there. And I would not be surprised if I find that an average upper middle class educated person who generally moves to cities to live in there will start moving to the villages for that matter, because the life is going to be far more orderly. The cities will be more manageable. You'll be able to get the kind of facilities what are expected in the to come from the major cities. You'll have schools, you'll have hospitals, you'll have shopping centers, and you will have perfect transportation system so that you can move from one point to another point. The picture that I see is basically the rapid transport that will be coming in. I would not be surprised if we find that the 2 villages, what we call as villages today, may emerge as a small smart cities who are interconnected with the kind of transportation structure. There will be places for the animal livestock. There will be places for processing of food. There will be places for creating other amenities for people. So that is a kind of a proliferation that is going to be taking now. And I guess that thousands and thousands of cities will be created. Who's going to create all these cities? These cities will have to be created by our missions just now. It is just a seedling that is coming in. And this whole tree, the whole bunch of forest is going to be spreading out. In the remotest part of the country, there will be employment for the young people. We will be looking at exciting opportunities of work everywhere. And We are all going to be waiting for that day, but the only thing is that we will have to really work and make our functioning smart so that the models can be emulated. And once these models are emulated, believe you me, there is going to be tremendous return. And I see no reason why we can't basically go and render similar services in immediate neighboring countries like Nepal, like Bangladesh, like Bhutan for that matter. And why not basically look at Pakistan also? They will be needing these kind of things because after all, population everywhere is burgeoning. And we have to make sure that the life of an average citizen, irrespective of the fact whether he comes from our country or somewhere else, is actually improved. They get the best amenities in life. So I think there is a tremendous, tremendous scope of work that we shall be looking at. Look at this now and visualize what kind of advantageous position we are going to be in. They say that Lord Hanuman, he was to be woken up. He was to be told as to what kind of potentials he has. And I think one of the reasons why this particular discussion and deliberation is taking place is to kind of wake up the sleeping Hanuman in us. And we must start looking at wonderful things. We must start looking at smart systems. What are the smart systems that we are talking about? There are plenty of them. I keep visiting a number of smart city missions and the work that they are doing. One very, very invariable situation that I have found is that when it comes to subsurface working, I'm talking of utilities, the sewer lines, the water lines to be made there in a certain section of the city, which is already semi-populated or populated for that matter, I find that we are not using the latest technologies. We are not using the trenchless techniques for that matter. We are not resorting to modern methods of investigation of subsurface utilities that we already have. So that is a very, very non-smart way of doing things. Sir, can you mute yourself, please? That's not the smart way of doing things. I think let us start considering that wherever there is an underground work or subsurface work, how are we going to basically be resorting to techniques of trenchless technology? And I am very sure that very soon, as a matter of fact, it is planned now that on 1st of 2nd December, there is going to be a no-dig show, which the affiliated organization of CIDC, Indian Society for Trenchless Technology, will be conducting. And my invitation to all of you is to participate in that event so that at least you can take back home the new elements of technology. I'm sure many of you would be familiar with that, but I think this is the time that we should start looking at the latest advancements. And this event is going to be very, very useful. In the program that we have today for 2 days, I think there are going to be deliberations on trenchless techniques also. And Professor Niranjan Swarup will be speaking. Please listen to him and understand what are the things that can be brought into your mission for that matter. That's going to be one smart step. Let me go to the second smart step, which is extremely important. We need, for good procurement, for good quality components that we have there. After all, the smart city missions. Mr. Zahir Hussain, can you?
All are requested to kindly keep their mics on mute. Till you are queued to speak, please don't unmute yourself. That disturbs the entire rhythm of the speaker. Please cooperate.
Okay. All right. I hope that nobody is going to basically intervene like that. That is not very fair and that is not good. So now let me go to the second one. In order to have a good and efficient procurement, we require very good vendors. The vendors for services, the vendors for supply of component. After all, when you build a smart city mission, you are basically procuring right from construction services to electrical engineering products, to instrumentation products, to communication products, to construction chemicals, construction materials, whatever. There are plethora of things that you are procuring. Let's ask a question to ourselves. Are the vendors who are supplying services? Mr. Zahir Hussain, please. Mute yourself. I have to be Mr. Zahir Hussain, otherwise we will be constrained to throw you out. Ashutosh, please let Mr. Zahir Hussain be removed. Why is he disturbing again and again? Okay, so let me come back to it, and we have to make sure that the smart systems are followed when it comes to vending. CIDC has a vendors database. As a matter of fact, this particular event is being organized by this particular division, and I'm very sure that number of vendors are also here who will be displaying the kind of good work that they have been doing. Some of them are startup ventures. Have a look at that. Let us have smart vendors. Let us basically look at the good vendors. The next important thing that we have to start thinking, Mr. Charanjit Thakur, mute yourself. The next important thing is the workers that we have on our projects. Are they really skilled? Are they really good? Are we smart employing such people who have questionable experience and questionable skill? You can understand that that is something which smart people don't tolerate. Central Public Works Department, and we are grateful to the Director General of CPWD, who shall be joining us during the course of the day. They have now initiated a country-wide program, and the skilling exercises are being done on their project sites itself. This is extremely important. We need to know who are the people who are rendering us the services. Do they know their job or not? After all, you don't go to a doctor who's not qualified. Similarly, a structure has to be built by the people who are properly skilled, tested, and certified. Please resort to that. We will share with you the kind of provisions which Central Public Works Department, Military Engineer Services, many public works departments, PSUs, they are following. Adopt that. That is what is going to make you smart. On the human resources, let me go to the second component, which is extremely important again. There are scores of young people, young engineers who are joining us. And it is incumbent on us, the seniors, to make sure that our next generation is properly groomed and trained. How do we do that? We take them to colleges, we teach them engineering there, but more than some theoretical things being taught in the colleges, we also need to give them a hands-on experience. And that is where smart city missions can become the front runners in making sure that every mission must have 15, 20, 30, 40 young persons who are attached with the project, those who are having a hands-on experience, those who understand how to build these things, because tomorrow we shall be needing these people. So let's look at the kind of posterity. What exactly are we going to be doing after 4 years when this whole thing opens and bursts up? And when we have basically to go out and start building not 100, but thousands of smart cities everywhere. Where are people going to be? I recall way back in 90s, we were just not constructing any highways. And then National Highway Authority of India happened. At that point in time, it was a great difficulty to find good highway construction engineers in the country. It was only Public Works Department, National Highway Division or State Highway Division who used to be constructing the roads. Because the roads were nondescript, single lane, double lane roads, and some amount was given for maintenance of those roads. Where were the highways that we have now? 8 channel, 10 channel, 20 channel. Where were the flyovers then? It took us a while before we came out of the clutches of international construction companies who came and started constructing the first set of national highways in the country. And then, of course, rest is all history, where now today in the country, we have fantastic, more than 50 companies who specialize in constructing all kinds of highways. When you do the things, you learn. When you learn that a wisdom remains with you, then you can go and start constructing it wherever it is required. May that be Zululand, or may that be India, or may that be Bangladesh for that matter. We have people who have been skilled in this particular area. That's a model that you need to emulate. I will go to the next one, and which is again a very smart move. These are the kind of preemptive moves that CIDC is making. Start thinking about it. And we need your participation, active participation in there. Matter of fact, we are now trying to set up international centers of excellence looking at the possibilities of project export that are going to be coming our way. These ICEs are going to be teaching the young persons and mid-career persons variety of things. But these are all going to be practical, hands-on kind of things. I am happy to inform you that the first international center of excellence, which is likely to cater not only to the northeastern region of the country, but also look at the neighboring countries that I was naming you. Go to Myanmar, go to Bangladesh, go to Nepal, go to Bhutan. University of Science and Technology in Meghalaya, they have joined hands with us, and the first international center of excellence that has been set up. We are going to be having a hub and spoke model. In entire Northeast, we are going to be spreading this whole thing. There will be a number of centers of excellence who will be connected with the hub, which is the International Center of Excellence. Likewise, there are going to be 4 more international centers of excellence spread throughout the country. We are looking at southern India. We are in dialogue with a number of other institutions who have the campuses, who have the research staff, who have the laboratory, and all we have to do is to basically utilize these supports to make sure that ICE comes in being. South, North, East, West, and Central. These are the locations that we have thought about. We will be spreading throughout the country. I would need each one of you, and we will be requesting you to come and join, to consider joining the boards of these schools, because each ICE will have about 17 to 18 schools. The request will be sent to you. Please connect yourself. It is only through a collective discussion, collective wisdom, that we will be able to find our way. Sitting isolated in one locale is not going to take you very far. None of us. We will all be sitting in silos, and that's about it. So consider that. That's the smart way of doing things. We shall look at health assessment of the structures. We have been building cities. We have been building flyovers and bridges. And huge amounts of money have been invested in there. As a matter of fact, let me tell you, if I see the total quantum of construction that has been done in the last 25 years in my country, believe you me, in previous 5,000 years, so much of construction was never done. And much of it has come in our city locales. You have flyovers, you have bridges, you have warehouses, you have office structures, institutional buildings, plethora of things, shopping malls, whatever we have. But are we looking at the health assessment of these structures? Huge sums of money have been invested. That's your money and my money. Do we really take care of the health of these things? So we need to teach our young people. And cities will have to basically put up a unit which will start looking into the health of the structures that they are creating with so much of effort and affection and love. That's the smart way of doing it. I will take it even further. We need to showcase good examples. After all, if there are achievements, we must talk about it. And genuine achievements, we must definitely talk about it. So there are going to be this award ceremony that CIDC holds every year, and that is where my colleague Ashutosh told you to block 7th of March in your calendar. This will be the 26th year of formation of CIDC. We shall be looking for all such wonderful people come with their wonderful experiences and basically be on the national front. It is observed, it is seen, not only within the country, but even outside. People start looking at it as a place from where they can pick up the gems, participate in there. I would like all my smart cities to participate in this particular event. Come out with the smartness that you have there. Come out with the kind of changes that you have made in the systems that you have. Everybody likes to be successful. In life, nobody wants to be a failure. We don't want to be feeling ashamed when someone outside this country speaks ill of our cities. We are sitting at home. Let's join hands. Another smart area that we have to start looking at, and a very serious area. Whenever you execute a project, you have to, for procurement, enter into the contracting system. You need to sign a contract and have the agencies who come and supply you the products and services. When you have these kind of relationships going, there are going to be altercations, there are going to be disputes. The smart way of doing things is resolve the dispute as quickly as possible. Don't delay them. It is almost like creation of a gangrenous limb in your body that will make sure that irrespective of all the smart things that you do, irrespective of all the monies that you have spent, everything goes down the drain. Have smart systems of dispute resolution. Construction Industry Arbitration Council can always be consulted. We can deliberate on these issues and look at the possibilities of creating the ecosystem which is going to be having very efficient and good dispute resolution mechanism, which is extremely important. After all, you have curative measures and you have preventive measures. What I told you in the first part, these are preventive measures. What I told you at the end is the curative measure, that when there is a dispute, how do we effectively resolve it? Let's work on it, ladies and gentlemen. I am absolutely certain that all the discussions that we are going to be making, all the presentations that we are going to be having here today and tomorrow, they are going to be top class. We shall have plenty of things to be taken to our home. And with that, I hand it over to Ashutosh. Ashutosh, please take over.
Thank you so much, Dr. Swaroop, for the worldview on the essence of making habitat smart and a deep introduction to the topic. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a bevy of stalwarts and domain experts from all age groups who would be delving in the domain and sharing their experiential learning with you throughout the conference spread over 2 days. Now it's time for surprises. The first surprise is we have a competition for all our young students who are joining the program today. Yes, you can give your creatives a flair now. Pen down the précis of each presentation in one A4 sheet, not more than 500 words. The best 3 entries will be given a CIDC chairman certificate and an award. The catch is you will have to submit this latest by end of business on Saturday, 2nd October 2021.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, could you please repeat that once again?
Amir, I would be repeating.
Yes,
Keep
sir.
your horses on hold.
Yes,
मैं हिंदी
okay.
और अंग्रेजी दोनों में बताऊंगा. The catch is you will have to submit this latest by end of business on Saturday, 2nd October 2021. Smart Cities Mission has an ongoing internship program, and the learning you do in this event will help you a lot to understand the nuances of what they do and how they work. So be all ears as the session progresses and take notes. मैं आपको हिंदी में भी ये बता देता हूं कि आप सभी यंग स्टूडेंट्स जो आज इस प्रोग्राम में सम्मिलित हुए हैं, उनके लिए CIDC चेयरमैन ने एक अवार्ड घोषित किया है। ये अवार्ड और सर्टिफिकेट, जैसा आप जानते हैं, आपको दिया जाएगा जब आप सारे सेशंस में भाग लेंगे, ध्यान से उनको सुनेंगे और एक A4 शीट पे उसकी समरी कि उसमें क्या बात हुई उस सेशन में 500 शब्दों में इसको कैप्चर कर लेंगे। भाषा यहाँ कोई बंधन नहीं है, हिंदी या अंग्रेजी इन दो की अनुमति है। बेहतर होगा आप अंग्रेजी में इसको लिखें, कंप्यूटर पे टाइप करें, 500 शब्द से ज्यादा नहीं, एक A4 शीट। इसको आपको 2 अक्टूबर 6 बजे तक सेक्रेटेरिएट, जो कि एनलिस्टमेंट CIDC@gmail.com वाली आईडी है, उस पे प्रेषित कर देना है। जो जूरी बैठेगी और 3 जो सबसे बढ़िया एंट्रीज होंगी, उनको ये पुरस्कार और सर्टिफिकेट दिया जाएगा। अब आप ये मत मान के चलिएगा कि जो लोग अच्छी एंट्री भेज रहे हैं उन्हीं को अवार्ड दिया जाएगा। We have some other surprises for you that we would unveil as the program develops. दिन में हम लोग आपको और भी चीजें बताएंगे। So the surprises don't end here. And there is a surprise for the corporates and the smart cities that have joined as well. So we will unravel those surprises as we go along. समीर, क्या आपको ये समझ में आ गया जो अभी बताया हमने?
Yes, समझ में आ गया. I got that. And so one more thing that sir, is it necessary that we will be writing in Excel sheet, or I thought that I would be comfortable more in A4 while writing with my pen, so that I could recall everything which I have been taught previously.
No, handwritings might be difficult for us to decipher. So as a general rule, type it on the computer, Microsoft Word. Don't use Excel for this. Go on Microsoft Word, type your Prezi and send it to us. There would be 15 sessions, so at least you have to write 15 sheets. Please type it. Don't send handwritten things. Now we move forward, and we would be putting the email ID that you have to send in the chat box as well. So take down the email ID.
In 15 different sheets, or of a total of 500 words in a single sheet?
No, each session, हर एक सेशन की आपको प्रेसी बनाने में 500 शब्द की लिमिट दी गई है। 15 सेशन के लिए आपको 15 शीट, मतलब पेज नंबर 1 से पेज नंबर 15 तक जाना होगा।
Yes, sir.
Now moving on, we invite our honored guest, Shri N.K. Sinha, former Director General Development and Special Secretary, Ministry of Roads, Transport and Highways, Government of India, to share his thoughts. Oh, I am informed that Mr. Sinha has not been able to join at the moment. He'll join later. So we move on to our next honored guest, Professor G.D. Sharma, Vice Chancellor, University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya. He'll be sharing his thoughts with you. Professor Saab, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ashutosh ji, and good morning to each one of you. Of course, good evening to our Dr. P.S. Rana ji, Chairman CIDC, who is with us at this moment. And in fact, I was thinking that when we know that in US it will be midnight, I feel that we should start a bit early, not 11 next time. Better to start 8 or 9, so that persons abroad or in other countries, Canada and others, they will not be put into the trouble. We, in this smart cities, the future growth drivers, organized by CIDC, and in this we have Dr. P.R. Saroop, Director General CIDC, who has eloquently and elaborately spoken in a very systematically giving the objectives as well as the future perspective of smart cities, particularly in reference to India, and how the smart cities will be playing their role in the economy and social, political advancement of the nation, and how these will be transforming our thoughts that we need to have the world-class living standard. We need to have world-class facilities in our cities so that when we call it
Sir, you have muted yourself. Kindly unmute yourself. And Engineer Nagarajan, please mute yourself.
and uniqueness in our concept of Indian smart cities is that each smart city will also be having local touch in relation to the culture, in relation to involving the local, our artists and other thing. So when people visit that particular smart city, they do not find the similar kind of the infrastructure which generally we find in Western countries. So here, the Indian rich culture and diversities which is there, which will be reflected, and that has to be kept in our planning, that when we are talking about the physical infrastructure, that living or social or cultural part should also be integrated in it. And Professor Saroopji rightly said that we have to also now think that COVID-19 pandemic has taught us that we were giving good infrastructure, physical infrastructure, but we did not think of health part, supporting system. So supporting system of the living, particularly about the health, about the environment. You see, the capital of country is having so much pollution and all these things. Those who are living in Delhi, it has been worked out by research that their life has come down to nearly 5 years because the level of the pollution which are told to us, given at world standard, is much more in those cities. So that has to be also taken care. So in this, I would thank to Professor P.R. Saroopji that CIDC has selected our University of Science Technology, Meghalaya, to establish Center of Excellence, an international Center of Excellence. So we plan that being the University of Multidisciplinary, where we have all engineering departments, we have legal departments, computer and electronics, social science, basic science, applied science, agriculture. So this will give the good opportunity to also think how to protect our smart cities also. As soon as we have any good infrastructure, the similar way we need to protect them. So to protect them now, a new emerging technology which is very popular, but still we are lacking in India is drone technology, which is coming up now. So we need to have through the drone, the survey part of our where anything is required. So technology advancement as well as the transport, which is not giving any pollution. That means the green transportation, the electric vehicles and other things. Though the India has planned by 2030, more electric vehicles will be there. But what we find is most of the things, whatever the things are coming up, they are not being produced in this. So not only the supply, I think we have to also think from our CITC side to provide the consultancy how to go production by some of our government DRDO or other agencies to upgrade the technology and bring less dependence on the other countries, particularly our neighboring China and other things where things are not so stable, and we have to depend always on the maintenance and repair and all the parts and all these things. So most of the profit goes there only. So it should not be only that whatever economy we create by the primary and secondary, it is piped out by other countries. But if it is a cycle, it becomes a part of cycle economy, then the development and progress of smart cities as well as interconnecting smart villages will be better. In this, we also have to provide the smart agriculture system to those smart cities so that this aquaculture and also the aeroponics can come, and the natural level of oxygen and absorption of carbon dioxide, or what we call it sequestration of carbon dioxide, is also a part of this. So such the consultancy is also required in these areas, though some of the consultancies are available in green cities and all these things, green auditing and other things, but we need to have such kind of the things in our international center, the training for that, and how to train our the engineers and all these things. So simultaneously, the buildings can not only the green building, but providing more oxygen and other things. Especially now, this corona, the COVID-19 pandemic has given rise that because the smart cities and urbanization has affected the plantation, and because of that the oxygen level was affected, and this time many deaths took place because of the less supply of the oxygen, because they have to be transported and all this. We have to also think for future, such kind of diseases can emerge suddenly, and if we do not have facilities in those smart cities, then it does not serve the purpose of quality of life. When we say quality of life, it should also be related to our health. So health education is very important, particularly, and also the related to this is the environment, our inside the house, outside the house, those both the environments are important. So I feel that the international centers recently established in University of Science Technology Meghalaya will have such kind of the emerging areas which can also be provided to our neighboring countries, the consultancy, and also provide support system to those smart cities. And therefore, some of those less known or the knowledge which is available in the tribal areas can also be taken care. And in this way, I think this center will be very useful and will give more the curative aspects of the smart cities. I will not take much time because I have seen there are many esteemed speakers, so many deliberations are there. But what I feel personally that the to connect to to have the sustainability of smart cities is equally important, and there is a need of connectivity with our primary economy, and also have the good connectivity to sustain this supply system, and also to provide the better living to the people of smart city. Thank you very much, Ashutosh. Thank you, giving me this opportunity. Namaskar.
Namaskar,
Thank you,
sir.
Dr.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. Thank you so much for coming and addressing everyone here. And I think we'll have our ICE moving up and leaps and bounds, and we shall need all the participation from everybody now. Okay? Thank you. Yes, Ashutosh.
Thank you so much, Professor Sharma, for that lowdown on IC and the plethora of opportunities that it can create. It will be a very good point for all the corporates and smart cities who have joined to be part of the board of mentors that CIDC has formed, and you would be hearing more about the board of mentors from CIDC. We have the pleasure of inviting Shri Shailendra Sharma, Director General, Central Public Works Department. Sharma साहब, आपका स्वागत है सभा में.
Good morning.
The floor is yours.
Yep. I hope I am audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Dr. P.R. Swaroopji, Director General CIDC, distinguished guests, respected dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. At the very outset, I would like to thank CIDC for inviting me as the guest of honor to this digital conference. I would like to begin with complimenting CIDC for their continuous effort in providing best practices in improving, strengthening, and developing the construction industry in our country. Construction, as we know, is the backbone for progress and prosperity of the nation. And CPWD on its part, as the principal engineering organization of Government of India, is one of the institutional members of CIDC, and we have always extended our support. Hello.
Sir, please continue.
Extend our support and cooperation to the activities of CIDC in the endeavor for the betterment of the industry. As an engineering organization, you might be knowing CPWD has had a glorious and eventful existence of now 167 years in built environment, and it is actively involved in development of infrastructure across the country, and has, to its credit, successful completion of a large number of prestigious projects, including bridges, flyovers, roads, buildings, etc. We have a workforce of about 6,000 professional in terms of architects, civil engineers, electrical engineers, and almost double that number in supporting staff. CPWD contributed majorly in the development of Delhi as the capital city right from 1911, when Delhi became the capital, and as you know today, again involved in its major upgrade and improvement in the Central Vista area, which includes the development of new parliament building. So coming to the smart cities mission of the government, this mission is set to examples that can be replicated in all over the country, in various regions and parts of the country. The concept and practice of smart cities is evolving and would continue to evolve with the changing needs of residents, and so will be the methods and techniques to address these needs. But as I understand, the objective of developing smart cities is to provide core infrastructure, ensure clean and sustainable environment, and application of smart solutions in the development. The core infrastructure elements in a smart city would include adequate water supply, assured power supply, sanitation, solid waste management, efficient urban mobility and public transport, and affordable housing, especially for the poor. Robust IT connectivity and digitalization, use of SCADA, that is supervisory control and data acquisition systems for citywide water supply and sewerage and transport systems will improve system efficiencies and reduce wastage. So through e-governance and citizen participation, now the improvement in safety standards of the citizens, health and education, and the livability of cities is intended to be improved. Smart cities are expected to be the key to combining a sustainable future with continued economic growth and job creation. to add a new identity and value to the lifestyle. We can broadly classify them under 3 core aspects or abilities: livability, economic ability, and sustainability. While services like urban mobility, affordable housing, water wastewater management, sanitation, solid waste management, safety, health, and education respond to the livability aspect, initiatives which enhance investment climate, increase job and breed innovation affect the economic ability. And at the heart of all this is the environmental sustainability, because we have seen, an unsustainable growth never pays. We have seen in the form of COVID also now. So environmental sustainability is a key issue wherein everyday decisions on technology, infrastructure, and investments balance both present and future concerns of the society. In practice, we would see a combined effect of all these 3 aspects in any particular smart city initiative. A smart city should be using technology, information, and data to improve infrastructure and services besides driving economic growth. We should have systems to help identify and remove transport bottlenecks, power, water, and infrastructural deficiencies, and strengthen our blue-green infrastructure so as to make cities better places to live. More importantly, smart cities should devise eco-friendly systems to handle and dispose of garbage and urban waste effectively. This is important, particularly with reference to construction and demolition waste to the extent possible, because it would conserve our natural resources as well as free up the land being utilized presently for conventional landfills. This has become more and more important now that we are in the stage when we are demolishing and reconstructing large parts of our cities. The old infrastructure is to be demolished and then something new is to come in its place. So recycling of that waste has become even more important. A major component of power consumption in our cities is the energy required for cooling, as we all know. So strategies have to be devised and implemented to make these cooling systems more efficient and to encourage non-conventional energy sources so as to make our cities clean and green. Smart and sustainable cities are the outcome of sustainable infrastructure being equipped with ICT layers, smart ICT layers. Now, what would these layers include? This would be, ICT layer would mean utilizing Internet of Things enabled devices. It would mean utilizing SCADA systems, building management systems, artificial intelligence, machine learning, data analytics, and maybe augmented reality, virtual reality applications also. It is a common enabler which can be employed across projects to solve various challenges dynamically. Such ICT layer enables efficient project management, contract and financial management, and it also fosters transparent and accountable governance. Towards this, in CPWD, we are now implementing ERP systems to have a fully integrated digital platform to improve our efficiency and productivity. Sustainable infrastructure is proposed to be created using a common data environment with secure access to all stakeholders. We are integrating building information modeling with scheduling tools for what we call 4D simulation. 4D simulation, in the 4D simulation, time being the 4th dimension. So CPWD, towards encouraging adoption of faster and more efficient construction technologies, has also issued Delhi Schedule of Rates for new construction technologies, which bring in new innovative technologies in the market that the industry can utilize. On the sustainability front, we are committed to keep pace with the technological advancement, adopting sustainable and energy efficient technologies. We have made sincere efforts in constructing energy efficient green buildings over the last few years, and the ones which we are constructing now. Solar rooftop panels are being installed in various central government buildings to address energy security challenges. We are also playing a lead role in the country in dissemination of knowledge relating to practices in building industry for energy engineering profession. A number of technical publications have been brought out for the benefit of engineering community, and most of these are available on the web so that they can be readily referenced. Through various campaigns such as Save Water, Save Energy, installation of organic waste composters in our residential colonies and offices, and recycling of wastewater in government complexes, cleanliness and maintenance drives in residential and office complexes that we are constructing. We are trying to create awareness among citizens for conservation of energy and water. I would like to specifically point towards the scarcity of water at which a city like Delhi is today staring. And we know that is a very serious issue. We need to conserve water at all costs because we have no more water, I mean, at least for the coming many years, to add to the supply which we have. And the demand is going on increasing. So this is a very important aspect we need to look into. CPWD is also trying to create a smart ecosystem by skilling our people through regular trainings conducted by National CPWD Academy to encourage innovation, research, and creativity among our employees. And we have also taken up the task of skilling up our unskilled workers and at various places with the help of CIDC, which is as a part of our social responsibility. I'm sure today's deliberations in the conference will be providing a lot of takeaways, which will enable CIDC to improve and scale up this initiative, which has tremendous potential for the entire construction industry as well as for the future growth and development of the country. I wish the organizers all success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your deep insights and your time. We look forward to having your continued guidance in the future events and programs.
Thank you, Sharmaji. It was lovely to have you there. Other day, we met there in BIS committee also.
Yes, yes.
And I could see with the kind of passion that you were drafting the things. And it was amazing. I was just listening to you for 2 hours, you know.
It's always a joint effort, as you know. And yes, originally I'm a structural designer. So this Parliament Library building long back as executive engineer, I had done the structural design. So issues like this, I mean, this particular about the particular consultants and it's a gap. There is a serious gap in our industry, construction industry, that needs to be filled.
It was very visible from your approach. I know about it because initial 6 years of my career, I too was a structural designer.
So you understand.
Yes, I understand the kind of meticulous way.
I'm very sure together we will make a good document.
Yeah. And you are going to do that, I'm sure. Right.
Yeah. So nice.
Moving on, before we move on to our first technical presentation today, we have a gap of 6 minutes in which we will try to recap what has happened over the previous editions of the Smart Cities Conference and what needs to be done further. So we'll just have a small presentation running on your screen. First of all, we would like to basically share all our partners and stakeholders for making this series a grand success. We have the Smart City Mission Transform Nation from Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs that has been constantly supporting us, including CPWD, which has been contributing by way of intellectual capital in all the editions. We have BG Shirke Group, Shirke Technologies. We have Sham Steel, Gilco Global, Dalmia Cement, Everest, and MSP Steel. They have been our partners, and I hope more would be joining the bandwagon as we progress with other editions. We are also thankful to CENCR, the leading magazine technical journal that has been our regular media partner. Now, this was the program that was shared. We would soon move to the aggregator business model on carbon credits by Indore's Smart City Development. And we have rest of the topics that you have already seen. We would be trying to have the open house around 4:45. We have a long list of smart cities that are participating, that are making presentations, and that are also active listeners today. So this is a partial list that we could fit into one slide. We have many more who are participating. This is what has happened. A lot of water has flown down the bridge. The first steering group meeting for this concept was held on the 17th of July. where we shared certain best practices, project updates from various smart cities, and we identified the areas and topics of interest that could be taken up in these digital conferences. Now, based on that feedback that we had, the first edition was held on 24th of July, and we had certain topics like urban mobility in smart cities, smart cement, which is on the material side, wonderful materials that can actually aid faster construction, quality construction. We had a talk on trenchless technology, precast construction technologies, health assessment of buildings, recycled wastewater for drinking, and of course, drones, which both DGCPWD and Professor GD Sharma have highlighted. And before that, Dr. Swaroop elaborated on these emerging technologies that need to be deployed. Moving on, the second steering group meeting was held on the 25th of August. And we had a growing number of smart cities now joining this knowledge sharing platform. And it was a wonderful meeting, very interactive. And special thanks to Indore, Pune, Kakinada, Nagpur, who shared their best practices and knowledge with the participants. Water surplus city, a good presentation made by Indore. Revenue generation from carbon credits, which we are going to hear today in the next presentation. Effective use of ICT and other issues were discussed and deliberated during the steering group meeting. We also had a lowdown on the CIDC Vishwakarma Awards and how we have created another category for the best smart city projects. Internships for students, greater industry, academia connect. These were some other topics that were discussed. And finally, we are here today for the second edition of the digital conference, Smart Cities and Future Growth Drivers. This would be on till the 30th, post which in October somewhere we'll again reconvene with the steering group meeting. So all of you, we would be sending the invites and you can participate and share your ideas so that for the next edition, we have more topics of interest on the plate. These are some of the snapshots. We had the privilege of hosting Shri Durga Shankar Mishra ji, Honorable Secretary of MoHUA. He gave the inaugural address. And this agenda here on this platform is very limited, that it's a knowledge sharing platform and all stakeholders are invited to come for brainstorming sessions, deliberate, discuss, and together what replicable best practices we can create for the greater good of the construction industry. This, of course, is the CIDC Vishwakarma Awards, the two dates that I told you. First date, 31st of October. This is, the call has been released. The collaterals are hosted on our website, www.cidc.in. And all of you can actually submit your entries. There is no charge for submitting the entry. 31st October is the first cutoff date. So you have to submit your entries, and the ceremony would be hosted on 7th of March, 2022 in Delhi. There are 20 categories, right from enterprise to individuals, starting from the grassroots construction worker to the industry doyen, from the best project for the best practices like health, safety and environment to a professionals like technicians, innovators, academicians. So you can look at the guidelines that are hosted on the CIDC website and take your call as to which categories you want to participate. There are elaborate guidelines for each category, the eligibility criteria, as well as how we actually go on and choose. There is an SOP also that has been hosted that will help you understand the program more. So that was the quick update. And before we move on to the next session, we have actually 8 riveting sessions aligned for today that will throw light on various aspects of smart cities and how each element is contributing or has a better chance to boost the mission aims and objectives, technologies and materials on which we need to actually leverage for creating a better throughput. Moving on, we'll unravel the second surprise for you. We have Dr. Swaroop sitting here. You've heard him. He has been a great storyteller, but he is also an avid listener. So his ears are tuned today to hear the most relevant question being asked during all the sessions, and he'll pick the 3 best ones, and Chairman CIDC would award them with a token gift and certificate. So I'm sure our young friends are all ears now. You can also type in your question and send it to us. The third surprise is for the smart cities and corporates who have joined today's deliberations. I urge all of you to kindly volunteer for the services of the Board of Mentors that has been constituted by CIDC under the aegis of AICTE to train our young engineers and to get them hands-on training experience. Remember, together we have to work for making our workforce the best in the world, and for this we need all your support. You will be hearing from CIDC more on these initiatives soon. Always remember, it takes 2 to tango. So the third surprise is for the 3 organizations who will have the highest number of interns till 20th February 2022. We would be announcing the list, and the awardees will be conferred the citation as well as the award during the Vishwakarma Awards ceremony on 7th of March 2022. You can send in your eligible entries till 20th of February. This was for the smart cities and the corporates who have logged in today. Moving on to our first technical session today, we have the very dynamic CEO of Indore Smart City Limited, Shri Rishabh Gupta with us, an Indian Administrative Services Cadre Officer. So welcome, Mr. Rishabh Gupta, and let's hear from you about the aggregator business model on carbon credits that has been employed by Indore Smart City. Rishabh Gupta ji, we are not able to hear you. It's taking some time for them to connect.
हेलो, आवाज आ रही है?
अब आवाज आ रही है गुप्ता साहब आपकी.
थैंक यू.
वेलकम.
सभी को नमस्कार. क्या मेरी स्क्रीन दिखाई दे रही है सबको?
अभी आपने ऑन की, अब दिखाई दे रही है आपकी स्क्रीन.
ओके, थैंक यू. Good morning everyone. So basically the topic for today is the consultation model for monetization of eco-friendly projects. अब जैसा कि ये सब जान रहे हैं कि स्मार्ट सिटीज का एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज ये है कि किस प्रकार से हम अपने प्रोजेक्ट्स को मोनेटाइज करें. सब लोग जो हमको ग्रांट मिली थी उसका कुछ ना कुछ अच्छा उपयोग किए बैठे हैं. बहुत लोगों ने इको फ्रेंडली प्रोजेक्ट्स बनाए हैं, बट स्टिल वन वे टू कैरी फॉरवर्ड दिस प्रोजेक्ट्स is to monetize them. So the topic for today has been deliberately chosen because this is the need of the hour. Okay, so let's start with, so basically we all know about the global climate change. We all know the climate change causes are the rapid industrial growth, the concentration of the greenhouse gases, the increased carbon footprint, rapid deforestation, and the change of agricultural activities that have been happening for the past 20 to 30 years, and especially after post-industrialization period. And so the consequences that we are facing right now include unpredictable weather patterns. Then we have global temperatures are rising. Then we can see the sea levels are rising. We are having a loss of biodiversity. Forest fires are being seen right now. And there are many actions also that are being taken globally, which include use of alternative energy. Then we are having efforts in bioremediation. We are having efforts in afforestation, then biomethanation, composting, pollution control measures. So basically all these efforts are actually being implemented by smart cities also. Now, coming to the point, what is Kyoto Protocol? So in order to take all the countries on board and have an effective system in which we can actually reduce the carbon emissions and keep the global temperatures to a same level, or at least not raise it beyond 1 degree Celsius, the United States, the UN Framework for Climate Change Convention was formed. So under the UNFCCC, an international treaty was signed in Japan. It is called the Kyoto Protocol. So the major feature of the Kyoto Protocol is that it sets the binding targets for developed countries for reducing GHGs. And the most important thing, it introduced a market mechanism to meet those targets and thereby gave rise to the concept of carbon credits. So what are the carbon credits? Carbon credits, basically one carbon credit is equal to 1 ton of CO2 emission. If it is reduced, then we are eligible for 1 carbon credit. It is basically a market-oriented mechanism to reduce GHGs. So these certificates are issued to those entities in developing countries like India that reduce the GHG emission. It is a tradable commodity whose price as on date varies from $2 up to $7. Now it can be earned by any organization like smart city, like a local body, like any urban body, even industries. All those departments can actually earn these carbon credits. So now coming to the next point, what are the benefits of carbon credits? First, these are the source of revenue without incurring extra capital investment, because on the existing projects that we are currently doing, we are earning these credits. Second, it improves the goodwill and the international reputation, because we are pursuing such kind of projects or activities which are contributing to a cleaner climate. Of course, it's a source of earning forex. And lastly, there are many projects which are eco-friendly but face shortage of revenue. So these carbon credit revenue can act as carbon financing and act as basically the viability gap, so that these projects can be completed on time. So now the big idea is, can this concept of carbon credits be used to make revenue by institutions like urban local bodies, Panchayati Raj rural bodies, government departments, industries, etc.? Now, answering this big question, we have to look at the journey of Indore. We started working on carbon credits around 3 years ago. In the first phase, Indore had successfully registered 3 projects, including biomethanation, solar energy production, and wet waste management under VCS mechanism. For these projects, we earned in the first phase 1.7 lakh carbon credits for that period. And the revenue was approximately rupees 69 lakh. The main thing to note was that at that time, the price of 1 carbon credit was $0.50. At that time, when we sold these carbon credits, we got the unique recognition of being the first urban local body in whole of Asia to tap carbon finance. Now in this second finance, now this is where it gets really interesting. For the second verification cycle of the same projects, again I'm repeating, we didn't add even a single project for the same project. Now instead of 69 lakhs, we earned rupees 8.34 crore. And that revenue was possible because the rate of each carbon credit was increased from 0.5 USD to more than 6 USD. So hereby we earned 8.34 crore in this very month. Now, new projects like sewage treatment plants, decentralized composting, plastic recycling, LED, like many more projects have been registered, for which we are soon going to have more income on these projects. Now, what are the potential projects in which we can earn these credits? They include solar rooftops, small scale hydel projects, windmills. They include energy efficient cook stoves, LED projects, metro rail, bus rapid transport. As a matter of fact, Delhi Metro earned around 19 CR for a period of 5 years, just 2 days ago. Waste handling and disposal, there is large amount of scope. For large scale plantation, which I believe every city is doing, we have a scope of earning these credits. Activities involved in collection and recycling of plastic material. Then we have in the industrial interventions, there are many interventions in which the carbon emissions are being reduced. And lastly, there is a scope of cattle management. For example, there's a government scheme called Gobardhan, in which we make biogas plants, or a GoCast, in which we convert the gobar generated in our goshalas to a form of a semi-wood, which can be used then in burning activities, for example, in Shamshan Ghat, Mukti Dham, वगैरह. Now, this is in no way an exhaustive list. We have a scope which is ever increasing. Now, coming to the big question. So, making money through carbon credits seems fairly simple and easily achievable. After all, Indore has done it. But then why was the Indore the first city in whole of Asia to do it? There should be some catch. There should be some difficulty. Why is not everyone making money out of it? So now coming to the difficult aspect of it. So these are some of the challenges when we participate in the carbon credits market. First, there are high amount of upfront costs. For example, even a simple registration of a project requires around 10,000 for example, in VCS mechanism. There are multiple mechanisms. I am talking about the VCS mechanism. In each mechanism, we incur some cost. Such amount of exorbitant costs are many a times, rather most of the times, not available with the government department in their budgetary constraint. Second, the complex process flow that we shall be covering in the next slide. Again, there are multiple carbon credit mechanisms like VCS, CDM, GCC, GSS. Then we have no open trading platform. We don't have an NSC or a BSC where we can go and see कि आज क्या भाव है carbon credit का. It's a very opaque market. Then there are high upfront charges. For example, in the appointment of regulators, issuers, we have high upfront charges. And lastly, as I told, the carbon credits market changed from $0.5 US to more than $6 US in a span of a single year. So it's highly fluctuating. So these are kind of entry barriers which prohibit any kind of institution to go and participate in this market. Now, I was talking about the difficult aspect of the complex process flow. So this is a process flow that we have tried to explain in a very simplified way. So these are 4 types of process flows which are taking place simultaneously. The purple one shows the work to be done by the project owner. The red one shows the project to be done during the document validation and the registration part. The green one shows the project verification part and the issuance of carbon credit part. And fourth, the trading process itself is very opaque. So these are some of the hindrances. Then I talked about the carbon credit mechanisms are in itself plethora of them. For example, CDM is there, VCS is there, GSCR is there, GSBER is there, GCC is there, GES is there, plastic credit is a separate ball game altogether. So these are some of the things which actually seem like a tool and prohibit people to go and participate in such kind of market. Now coming to the big solution. Now we have seen the big idea that yes, there is a scope. We have seen the big question that yes, where lies the problem? Now coming to the big solution. The big solution is the consultancy model that Indore has come up with for the monetization of eco-friendly projects. So basically what we propose is ISCDL, the Indore Smart City Development Limited, will provide consultancy services to client bodies. Now these bodies may include urban local bodies, they may include smart cities, they may include rural bodies, they may include industries, government departments, and many other bodies that have done or are currently involved with or are planning to get involved in some kind of projects that are leading to reduction of carbon emissions. So these entry barriers that we talked about, like high upfront payments, complex processes, trading in an opaque and fluctuating market, all those entry barriers shall be taken care of by Indore Smart City. And whatever the net revenue that we get at the end of the whole project cycle, that shall be shared between Indore Smart City and the client body. This is the model in a nutshell. So the consultancy model for monetization, here in this slide, we show basically the division of work for what both the parties that will become part of the agreement they have to do. For example, if I talk about the ISCDL part, we shall advise on the project identification, preparation of exact formats that the clients have to fill, the assessment and the verification of the data after the formats filled come back to us. Then we identify the exact mechanism in which we can get the maximum revenue for that project. And then we do the registration. The star mark says that that activity involves an upfront money which shall be borne by ISCDL. Then we have the appointment of an auditor. Then we organize the audits. We do the project validations. After the project validation, we finally get our carbon credits. Then we look for the buyers of those carbon credits. We pay the issuance fees. And finally, the money that we derive out of those credits will be shared between the client and ISCDL. Coming to the part of the client, what the client has to do, the project identification on the advice of ISCDL, the data collection in the specific formats which will be provided by ISCDL, data sharing and assessment. Many audit people will go and actually visit the projects. The client has to facilitate such kind of visitations. And lastly, even teams of Indore Smart City will visit the projects, and those projects and those visits shall be facilitated by the client. That is the only thing the client has to get involved in. So this model, this slide talks about the process flow. The process flow is the red part says what client has to do, the blue part says what ISCDL is going to do, and the combination of the part means that activity has to be done by both of them together. So it starts with the signing of agreement between ISCDL and the client. Then we start with project identification. Then we prepare the templates of the specific formats. Then the project data is gathered by the client in those formats. And then ISCDL gets involved in feasibility check and the project verification. Then we identify the specific mechanism in which we have to register the project. Then we register the project. Then we appoint an auditor for the project. Then the appointed auditor, the third party, does the audit. The ISCDL and the client, they together do the project validation along with the auditor. And then we submit the audited project to the regulatory authority, and then we get the carbon credits. Then after getting the carbon credits, we trade the carbon credits in the market. Afterwards, we calculate the net revenue, basically the proceeds of the carbon credits minus the payments that we have done to the third parties. After deducting those payments, we get the net revenue, we share the net revenue with the client. So this is the whole model. Now coming to the next point, what are the benefits to the clients? First, additional source of income from existing assets. We don't require clients to do any greenfield projects. The projects that they have already done or are planning to do, which are in their pipeline, only with those projects we shall be earning the forex. No upfront charges shall be borne by the client. All those charges shall be taken care of by ISCDL. Thirdly, there is an increased opportunity for future carbon investments. If third parties or the investors see that such kind of bodies are involved in such kind of projects in which they are actually helping the planet. So today we have such kind of investors who dedicatedly want to invest in green projects. And lastly, of course, we have international recognition and goodwill enhancement. So this is the whole model in nutshell. It is basically a consultation model for monetization of eco-friendly projects. So in this forum, I basically want to propagate this model as well as want to intimate all the client bodies which want to come and collaborate with ISCDL so that together we can earn Forex for the nation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gupta. That was a wonderful presentation. And actually, it opens up a huge vista of opportunities for not only the green projects, but all upcoming projects for monetizing the assets. In fact, CIDC would love to associate with Indore Smart City Mission and propagate this idea further. Jointly, we can work on this model so that it has a greater adaptability and acceptance within the industry, especially amongst the smart cities. And why only smart cities, also to other ULBs. The whole idea of this, as we keep discussing, the whole idea of this knowledge sharing platform is to create replicable best practices, adopt emerging trends, and as you rightly said, earn more money, earn more Forex for the country. So together, how we can collaborate and take the next step, raise the bar in the game. That is the challenge. So wonderful presentation. Thank you so much. We also open the floor. We have a few minutes. So we open the floor for any questions. And I see Mr. Dharmendra Sharma, he has his hand raised. Yes, Mr. Sharma, you can unmute and basically ask a question.
सर मेरा ये कहना था, ये कार्बन फुटप्रिंट का जो मॉडल सर ने समझा, गुप्ता सर ने. हेलो
जी, आवाज आ रही है?
आवाज आ रही है सर? हेलो,
आपकी आवाज आ रही है शर्मा साहब, आप बोलिए.
गुप्ता सर ने जो मॉडल समझाया, ये सब प्राइवेट प्लेयर के लिए भी अवेलेबल है क्या? जैसे हम रियल एस्टेट डेवलपर हैं यहाँ गुजरात में, तो हम कोई अपनी स्कीम ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहे हैं रेसिडेंस और कमर्शियल सेगमेंट में, मान लो उसमें रूफटॉप सोलर एनर्जी है, रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग फैसिलिटी है, तो हम भी क्या उसके लिए अप्लाइबल है क्या, एप्लीकेबल सर?
जी, इसमें किसी प्रकार का बंधन नहीं है. प्राइवेट हो, गवर्नमेंट हो, सेमी गवर्नमेंट हो, all the bodies are welcome. Anybody which is getting involved in such kind of projects which is reducing carbon emission या फिर afforestation, large scale plantation, all those activities can be included in earning these kind of carbon credits.
Okay, thank you sir. I contact you early in Indore.
Any further questions from anyone?
Rishabh, good morning.
Good morning.
Rishabh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, Rishabh. My name is Swaraj Puri. I'm calling from Bhopal. I just wanted to compliment you on a wonderful presentation and rather well done. That's all, nothing more than that. Thank you.
Thank you. I see a question in the chat box also. So basically, yes. I have a question. Is there a re-verification cost?
In fact, let me tell you, Dr. Swaraj Puri happens to be a very senior former police officer of government of Madhya Pradesh. And he is so proud to have a young executive like you, Mr. Rishabh
That's
Gupta.
G. Sir.
That
Probably
is the reason.
I've never had
you happen to be part of his family and you happen to be part of his outfit for that matter. That makes us all very proud. Thank you.
That's exactly what I was trying to do. I was trying to tell Rishabh that when he comes into Bhopal, I'll get in touch with him or ask him to come over and we can have a longer chat on the subject.
I could almost make that out, but only thing you missed was introducing yourself, and I thought I should do the graces.
Thank you very much. I'll manage to introduce myself, Doctor. I assure you. I'll assure you. Thank you, Rishabh. Thank you once again.
Thank you. एक question था, is there a re-verification cost? Yes. So every year there is a re-verification cost that we need to pay to the auditors. So basically, as I told, we will reduce all such kind of, we will deduct all kind of costs that we shall be paying to the third parties, and then we'll arrive at a net revenue. The net revenue shall be shared between both the bodies, ISCDL and the client body.
Any more questions? Our young students, your questions enable you to get an award also.
Ashutosh, I will give a hint, and this is to young students, and that is the reason why you are here. Now, don't you see that here is a very exciting opportunity that is emerging, where the young people can be part of the audit groups, can be the assessors, can learn all these techniques, and that is where CIDC would step in, and we would definitely try to have a formal working arrangement with Indore and try to see that as many of our young fellows who are looking for a very rewarding career, they should start delving into this particular area of operation. That's a very, very new vista that is opening up. Thank you so much, Mr. Gupta. It was wonderful.
Thank you.
So I think there are no more questions. So we'll move on to the next session. That was a wonderful presentation, Mr. Gupta. Thanks once again. And we keep connecting. And we also need to compliment Indore for very active participation in all the meetings, steering group meetings, and the digital conference edition so far. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next presentation we have is ICCC Resilient by Choice. And we have Engineer Aniruddha Shahapure, Chief Knowledge Officer, Pune Smart City Development Corporation Limited. Mr. Shahapure, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, CIDC, for the opportunity. Basically, I was listening to all speakers and excellent presentation, which I have already been through with Gupta sir, and we are looking forward to, every city is looking forward to do that. I will heartily congratulate them for doing, and then all the best for all the cities. So this is what my subject, which I will go directly to present, Pune Smart City. And the subject which is written is resilient by choice. So we are always resilient by force. So we are always resilient by force. So the way it has to be. We have seen it in this pandemic that we have gone through a lot of opportunities to all the problems which we have faced to reach to the goal of removing the pandemic or fighting with it. So if we have prepared for this from the beginning, there will be less efforts and for the winning the battle. So this is what basically the theme is. So I wanted to share my screen. Please do let me know.
You can go ahead. Yes, the screen is coming live. It's visible. Just switch on to the presentation mode.
Yes, I have done the slideshow. That's fine.
No, it's not fine. It's not come to the presentation mode as such.
It's okay.
Yes, now it's perfect.
Good.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Can see it. We can see it now.
So once again, welcome to Pune Smart Cities presentation. I'm glad to represent. My name is Aniruddha Shahapure. I'm Chief Knowledge Officer of Pune Smart City Development Corporation. Pune, everybody knows it's a very cultural city, and with the additional area, we are 516 square kilometers and 7th most largest city in India, 8th most populous city in India. 4.5 million people stay here, and 4.6 million vehicles. Those are 3.3 million two-wheelers. So you can imagine every Puneite has 1.2 vehicles. The way why I have put this one, because when I've seen Gupta sir is going to present the one which is GSC, that is going to play a big role into this, because we are emitting a lot of carbon, and then if you have the great policies, then we can actually have those carbon credits. It's not only for the monetization, however, that will be effect on the good environment and better living. So Pune Smart City is Aund, Baner, Balewadi, which is about 16 square kilometers of area. So these are the areas where from Pune we have taken it as an the development according to Pune, the smart city guidelines. I'm happy to share that the ease of living index, Pune has stood second most livable city in India, next to Bangalore, and we have lost in less margin. So we are going to definitely be the trying to be the first in this year, and there will be steps which we are going to take, that I will explain it to you. There are many Scotch awards, about more than 25 awards which we have won in this last 5 years for placemaking, for ICCC, for whatever the engagements we are doing with citizens. So all have been those been appreciated in across India. We have actually the city has been chosen in 50 champions as in 50 champion cities in the Mayor Challenge for our EV policy. Again, it is in the line with the GHG emission. Pune Smart City in Climate Smart City Assessment has received 5 stars in green building and green energy and green building and waste management. These are the only city who has received 5 stars in energy and green building. So we are effectively carrying out the way which we are supposed to carry out on this particular 17 SDG goals, which are from Pune. So no poverty, zero hunger, good health, quality education, water, climate actions, sustainability, all these 17 goals which we have already set for ourselves. So on this track, the Pune is progressing quite strongly. Pune Smart City is actually affiliated to these 6 goals, where no poverty, good health and well-being, quality education, clean water sanitation, industry innovation and infrastructure, and sustainable cities. So each goal is being attached with initiatives which we have been taking, and we will be talking those ones in the next slides. So again, this is something which is the first cities in the first phase which we have selected have done, and integrated command control center is the one flagship project, and every city, every house, the way we have the command control, every city should have this kind of command control. So PSDCL integrated command control center is located at Sinhagad Road, delivering all the effective governance, like aggregating various fields data from the sensors or the devices which we have put on the field, then providing the alerts. I mean, these sensors are being used to create alerts in terms of the hazards, or the surveillance centers and police departments are being intimated with these particular arrangements. So the quick, efficient response can be given for the emergency situations like floods, maybe like crowding, maybe like mob attacks, and any different situations which we can actually have. Then GIS-based tracking. I think I have. Am I audible? Because I can get this. I'm getting this.
You're audible. You're audible.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. Yeah. I'm getting this message that it is not stable. The internet. Anyways, the GIS based tracking and heat mapping technologies, which we have actually put up in command control center, which has helped us a lot. So this is something which I wanted to talk about, the resilient by choice. So we have put this one and effectively used it against the different situations which are happening in city. So this is a simple architecture where you can see this. It's a complex thing. It's to look at, but simple. There are sensors which are coming from connected to the one of the control, and then all of them are monitored, and analysis has been done by the softwares, by the volunteers, by the municipal corporation staff, and according to the actions have been taken. So if we take a case, how it happens, we can take a road accident case. So if a road accident happens, we have about 136 emergency call boxes placed amongst the city, around Pan City. Pune has 136 emergency call box. So if the person notes down from the emergency call box, it goes directly to the help desk, which is 24/7 on. Then there is a SOP for the operator visitor. So on the GIS map, the location is being sent to nearest police station, the nearest ambulance, and the variable messaging display of the traffic is being intimated. The public address system, which is connected to that, is being implemented. Is being intimated. If you wanted to place any messages on that, we can do. We can visualize audio visual interaction is done. Then it is given to police headquarters. It goes to Pune police, and then the activation happens. So they reach at the spot, and then I would like to put up the most recent case. One citizen has been robbed by two thieves, and then he has seen this ECB, like emergency call box, and he went there and pressed. He has not talked anything or what, because he wanted to get rid of those guys, and they wanted to drive them away. So our employee at the command control center has seen that, and then this SOP has activated. Within 10 minutes, police were there, and he has been saved with all his belongings, and the case was handled properly. So this is the case. This is how we can use it for the everyday. I mean, emergency call boxes, variable messaging displays, public address systems, the ambulance which are connected, the other departments like police, fire are connected to this command control center and can be effectively used. So this is the dashboard, the executive dashboard, where the call boxes, the variable messaging displays, the vehicles which are connected, how many are running, how many are idle, the situation of the water levels, I mean the flood sensors, the environment sensors. All these things are available on the dashboard. You can actually see the dashboard where each and every has its own column. So we can pinpoint one of the element and get its information. So according to the connected devices, we have this kind, the listed platforms which are available for the external as an external applications, like e-challan. So the trend of e-challan across city and violation trends, which can be accumulated at this particular one. The vehicle tracking system, where all the utilization of the vehicles can be seen. The ambulance, all the ambulances are connected, and effectively the one which we have implemented for the COVID. So additional thing which we have done here, that now from command control center, from the dashboard, we can actually set up a call to the ambulance, any nearest ambulance, directly to the driver. So because if they have the calling system or the registered number of the driver, so we can actually talk to them. Again, the ITMS for PMPML. So PMPML is our state, our Pune's transport provided for the citizens. All the buses have been tracked here. We have got all the online updates and citizens from TomTom. Again, ITM and Suffer is also connected to this. So we get all the information regarding the environment. PMC Care is again one of the app which actually you can have the grievances, and then those have been get the according to the ward wise segregation, where all the complaints can be addressed. And then again, the CCTVs and live feeds of CCTVs can be connected. We have tested this one for all about 1,400 cameras across the city, and those can be used for artificial intelligence and then the analytics. So this is what the basic information about iCommand Control Center. I have taken this one management in here. However, I just wanted to jump to the next the next slot, because the one which going to have this the same kind of explanation will be there. So the smart elements which are connected right now. So command control center connected with Wi-Fi hotspots, about 300 free Wi-Fi hotspots we have given put all across the city. About 161 locations for variable messaging displays which are connected to a command control center. 136 ECB, that emergency call boxes. Then 136 PA systems. 50 environment sensors. About 20 parameters like air quality, noise pollution, temperature, we can get SO2, NO2, CO emissions at that particular census level, and we get. And about 32 flood sensors put on the locations according to the flooding areas where most likely even if you open the dam doors, then also gets flooded. So all the warnings and all been connected there. So this is what the pictures you can see of variable messaging displays. And this is a recent slide for Mission Zero for COVID. So it says Nehemi Sharirik Antar Japa. It's like the keep safe distance. And these are the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan slides which we have presented. This is a high-speed Wi-Fi, how it is located, how it looks, and then how it is operated. Down you can see the actual video on the video wall, and then it has been pointed where it is. The PA system which are there, we can actually broadcast audio messages, emergency messages, again the traffic awareness. Even we have connected this to our traffic departments, some of the ones which and then Punekars are at the time when we have started this service, they used to get surprised, like someone is watching me, nobody is been seen, however how can he address me with my car number. So this is how it has been used. Environment sensors, flood sensors. So this is again the emergency call boxes. What happens in emergency call boxes is this camera can be accessed from the command control center. So if nobody pressed that button, still the live feeds from the cameras can be taken. So the status what we have taken right now, these are the ones at the time of the lockdown. So you can see all the streets are the Pune University Square quite empty. The Hadapsar Gadi Third, again you can see that empty. So we can actually see this one. So this is a two-way communication. I will go back to COVID management. This one is, I just have to check it on my time. Yeah. So effectively, we have used this against the COVID management. Now the system was ready. So the system was running. We were tracking the flood. We were tracking the air quality, and the pandemic struck. Now, this particular one has transformed into war room, COVID war room in 36 hours, because the system was ready and providing all the equipments and the working station for health workers, for the COVID front runners. We have established all the centers with IP phones, with systems for the data management, GIS tracking and all in 36 hours. And the center was up and running. It is strategically located. Again, has the bigger area where we can actually accommodate more and more people with the safer distance, which we wanted to maintain for our safety also. So then it has become a war room. And when we started the operations, all data was coming down here. So slowly it has converted to the strategy room, where we were actually planning all this. You can see the officials, our Deputy CM, our Mission Director Kunakumar sir, they used to visit, and then we used to present all these cases, how the all the time charts which we have to use to discuss. The analytics and stakeholders from Pune administration was done on this. So this has become a strategy room where all decisions been taken here, like the containment zones. The containment zones been mapped here. With that, we have expedited to the ward-wise or Prabhag-wise. We have gone to that level of Prabhag-wise GIS mapping of all the positive cases. So that is where it has helped us to actually save. So this is what the specific I'm talking about, resilient by choice. So we have not been forced to use this one. We have been forced to use this one, but we were not behind. We were already prepared for it. Only thing is, the way we have used it is an effective way, which has happened. You can see some dashboards where actually each and every positive patient is being marked, and you can see some green dots. Those are the ones which are recovered. These are the file photos. Of course, now we have more green on Pune. So this is what our experience center. The center which we have set up. You can see from the photo where we have set up those working stations in 36 hours. So again, I mean, this has been used because it's a good place to show all the and it's a big screen. So we have conducted for the training for all the staff, and it was very much necessary at the time when the COVID pandemic was happening. So this one we have carried out here, and the private hospital staff, the private and government lab staff, those have been trained here. We used to conduct training each and every day for our frontline workers. Again, because of the Wi-Fi which has been spread across the city, the free Wi-Fi could have been given, the connectivity could have been given to all the CCC, DHCC stations where patients could use those Wi-Fi coverage for connecting with the loved ones and for the status. So this is what it has helped in overcoming the pandemic. Now this is one of the case. I have 5 minutes more, so I will just finish up into that. Then we have this one. This is the elements which are connected is gathering a lot of data. And what's the use of data then? So with IUDX, which is it's an initiative of Mahua, where all the urban data exchange is being stored at and being into and becoming a data smart city. So we have actually hosted, put up about 850 data sets via IUDX through APIs, of course. So Pune is rather, I think, the largest one to contribute on the data. So of the use cases which you are talking with this data is one of the case we can talk about is flood warning. So again, the name reveals the objective is to have the use case to alert the city agencies about possible flooding of the city. So all IITM flood sensor data all been there. The the dam level discharge, this is also coming down to command control center. So we can actually plot those, and we can have the catchment areas of analysis which been done, and according to whatever the forecast which been forecast from IITM, we can predict that these will be the possible flooding areas. Again, we have real-time updates from flood sensors. So at the time of rain, we pull data from flood sensor every minute. Usually it is every 15 minutes. So we get a very near real-time data. And then we can actually, again, ICCC is connected to every ward office, every Prabhak office. So the intimation can go to the last connectivity where actual work can be taken care of. Similar way, the CCTV cameras can be used for AI-based video analytics. We can, have powerful geographical visualization. Again, multi-agency collaboration can be done for the decision making, like the flood, like pothole detections, again solid the waste, again fire. So all those can be connected. Just a visualization has to be there. So these things this will be a way case where the smart surveillance can be done. So this is what we are doing in Pune. We have, these are the ones which I was talking about for the actual physical elements which we have connected, and we are getting those things done. Apart from that, we have launched 2 applications for the Pune to this one I'm talking about is the safety pin application, where actual safety index for particular area is being given, and this is aggregated into from the citizens itself. So according to that, we can actually have, so one case, if you take that, if one of the area has street lights, but those are not glowing in the night, so the street in the morning it will be safe, however it will not be safe, or it will not feel safe in the night. So we can actually put those ones, and then that grievance comes down, and our team, the connected department, can act and then get those things repaired. So this is one of the case. So this is again a citizen-centric interactive tool which we have put. telemedicine, it's for Arogya Dheer, which we have implemented into in the COVID times, where actually consultation with scheduling appointments with doctors from the phone, which can be done. So this is the screen which I have shared. The doctor and the patient, they are talking, and all those consultation happen, and then it's in a basic diagnostic can be done. It has been launched in by our honorable mayor and commissioner, sir. And this one is, I have 3 minutes. Yes, I will put that. The Mera Thela app, which is being launched in this 75 years of independence, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, and we will be putting this one to our Thelawalas, where the last mile connectivity is done from customer to vendor. So this application is created for the moving and non-moving, the stationary Thelawalas, where registration is nominal registration is there. There is no fee. This is free, and then they can actually have their product and service and rates published on that, and customers can see these Thelawalas where they are, and the location can be done, can be checked, and they can have the call set up on from the application itself. So there are two different sections, vendor and customer, in the same app. So this will be, it's effective on its way. It will be more come into when it will, go live. We will go live soon. So I think that progress itself will talk about. So this is what the Mera Thela, which we are trying to get the last mile connected to the people. So thank you very much. And I raised my presentation here. Thanks all for listening, and thank you for the chance given for me to represent Pune Smart City. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Anirudh. That was a wonderful presentation. Doctor, I think Chairman wants to say something. Please, sir.
Yeah, Anirudh, it was an excellent presentation and real-time controls. Two things I would like to know. How are you using this for parking management, because you have the largest number of vehicles per capita, and the property inventory for your property tax?
Sir, this has been taken care by Pune Municipal Corporation, and the big drive is going on. We are already in the way to map this digitally, the property, and the work is already in. Most of the commercial have been already marked. The residential is in the progress. You might have seen this one into our presentation, my presentation, when we were mapping the Prabhags and in the Pune area. So that one is there. Again, parking is a policy which we have to take care of in this from the administration, and we are looking into it. However, there is a lot of resistance for paid parking. So we have already provided 1 lane of roads to citizens to park. However, the enforcement is there. I mean, we are trying to, police department is trying to get the roads clear and keep them clear on the with the enforcement. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, for the property inventory, I would suggest if you can help the municipality to create a 5-dimensional database. That means 3-dimensional GPS define of the property, and X coordinate, Y coordinate, and Z coordinates of the upper floors. Then the ownership of the property and the occupier of the property. Because if you create this 5-dimensional database, then it will be very effective also, and otherwise also the city planning.
So there are some POCs been done with the LiDAR, and we have been trying to get the 3D mapping of the cities, and again the properties which are identified. There is a manual survey also been done, where manual also survey also be done.
Ashutosh,
Yes, sir.
hello, Ashutosh.
Yes, sir.
You can take it further.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Anirudh, we would request you to
You are mute.
stay online. We would request you to stay online because we have more questions. We have CTO KSCCL. Please go ahead with your question.
Yeah. Good afternoon, all dignitaries. Premji, namaskar. And then Ashutosh ji, namaskar. So I would like to have a few questions, 4 questions to Mr. Anirudh. Anirudh ji, it's a very nice presentation. I'm representing Kakinada, Smart City Corporation Limited as a Chief Technology Officer. Your presentation is excellent. So I have one question. First question is, when was your integration is completed and which year? And then what is the current, are you in the OPEX? I feel in the OPEX side, which quarter you are in. And then what is the total cost of your CapEx when you're doing it, when was completed, when was it completed? These 3 questions I want to answer from you. So now I like your presentation. So, as a port city of from Andhra Pradesh, so will be one of the major part is monetization as per the so I didn't see any part of that in your presentation. I am expecting that also from your side. We will also I will also present monetization part in if you're given a chance by Premji and Ashutosh ji. So that's it. These 3 questions I want to answer from your side.
Sir, should I take, or I can take this one offline because the time, no issues?
Yes,
as you wish, but if you, I mean, for the benefit of the audience, you can basically.
Yeah. Okay. So I will be very quick on this particular one. Happy to say that ICCC has gone live in 2019. Okay. So we have about 2 years of operations which are already done, and according to the O&M contract, it will be for 60 quarters. So another 2 years to go. Okay. On the other hand, the project cost was about 155 crores, everything included of O&M and the supply and O&M for 60 quarters, 5 years. So 60 months. I'm sorry, 20 quarters. Yeah. So about 5 years, and the monetization part, which we have actually touched upon, is in pending because decisions have to be made for the. It's a tricky part. Basically, we can use variable messaging displays for the advertisement. However, our corporation, I mean administration, is not allowing it because it comes under a different category. It's again the local decision basically. So and we are happy to provide the service as the way it's going on. Monetization, definitely it will happen with all the applications which we are going to provide, the incentives which will happen in the near future, and there are plans at the in the discussion at the approval rather, and on the approval stages. So we can actually discuss those plans like the way I have explained about the advertisement. However, we can actually collaborate with the application users, where we can actually make them available this data, and then they come up with use cases. Those use cases can be used for the citizen benefits. Those can be monetized also.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
My name is Ramarao. Just don't forget, from Kakinada.
Definitely not.
But I didn't mention, introduce myself. Thank you, Premji and Mr. Ashutosh ji. Thanks for giving me.
Thank you, Ramarao ji. Dharmendra ji, आपका सवाल जल्दी से आप पूछें. You have the raised hand, Dharmender ji, Dharmender Sharma. Kindly unmute
सर
yourself.
आप म्यूट पे हैं.
Kindly unmute yourself. धर्मेंद्र जी अपने आप को अनम्यूट करें, तब आपकी बात हम लोग सुन पाएंगे.
सर मेरा क्वेश्चन ऑलरेडी गुप्ता सर से था, वो बातचीत अपनी हो गई थी.
अच्छा, ठीक है, थैंक यू.
ओके, थैंक यू सर.
आप अपना वो रेज हैंड आइकन को लोअर कर दीजिए.
ओके सर.
Any other questions? I think no more questions. Students, this was a wonderful presentation and how you can leverage on spatial technology, location-based services, integrate it and see basically the results Pune has shown. So this should be a very interesting topic for your internship as well. So I encourage all of you, if you are not prepared with your questions now, do connect with Mr. Shahapure or send, we have mentioned the email ID enlistmentcidc@gmail.com. Send in your questions. The more you ask, the more you learn. And this is a very wonderful area. This actually makes the city smart. You saw the various applications, the myriad use of spatial data, how they have actually connected, created models which are workable, and they have reaped the benefits. Thank you so much, Mr. Shahapure, once again.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for the platform. Thank you.
And we now move on to the next presentation by Bhopal Smart City. Shri Jitendra Rathore joins us on the topic monetization strategies for smart cities, an approach towards financial self-sustainability. Rathore ji, आपका स्वागत है मंच पे.
Good afternoon, sir, and thank you so much for providing such an opportunity. My CEO, sir, is also want to be joined, but due to some other planning, he has just last minute he decided that I have to represent it. Sir, I am going to share my slide for monetizations.
Please.
Is my slide is visible, sir?
हाँ, visible है, but आपकी दो स्लाइड दिख रही हैं. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड का भी वो दिख रहा है. अगर आप उसको आप म्यूट कर लें, केवल एक स्लाइड दिखाएं तो ज्यादा स्क्रीन स्पेस मिलेगा आपको.
ओके सर.
आप राइट हैंड बॉटम पे जो प्रेजेंटेशन,
I think sir, it is fine now.
अभी भी दो दिख रहे हैं, बट आप शुरू कर दें.
Okay, sir. Sir, Bhopal is a rank 1 city as per the GMIS, sir. And our topic and the mission for Bhopal itself to make self-sustainable, so we can contribute for the urban development for a smart solution, sustainable solution. So my topic is, sir, monetization strategy, which Bhopal Smart City has opted and implementing as a financial self-sustainability approach. Sir, for a quick introduction about the Bhopal. Bhopal is a first round of city selected out of 100 cities. We have gained 100 crores, 50% sharing from state and grant. Implementation till now, the project which we have completed around 790 crore. Project around 1,130 crore has been under progress, sir. And project 700 cost of 706 crore in pipeline. Right now we have utilized our fund more than 872 crore. For the financial sustainability vertical, we still required 1,754 crore more to complete our project, which we have invoiced during SCP proposal submitted to the Smart City Mission. For this, sir, some of the projects which we have successfully completed and running well, as well as we have completed in the first among the 100. Sir, first one is the Integrated Control and Command Center. This is the first project over the nation we have completed and inaugurated. Now it is successfully running. This project is a unique in terms of the MP Smart City, because in this project, 7 smart city has a common control and command center, which has been won by the Messrs. Hewlett Packard. Second, the first one we have did Intelligent Traffic Management, sir. This is a 360 automatic project which cover all the aspect of the intelligent traffic, from the footfall of the vehicles to violation to the PA system, and violated challenge to be e-signed by the traffic authority, and then it automatically pushed to the MP online system, where alert has been pushed to the violators register number on to the RTO, and they have paid automatically without enforcement. Another one for the NMT, sir, public bike sharing system. We are also first in this model. We have deployed 100 docking station, on which 500 bicycle has been installed in the city, and ensure the carbon reducing and as well as the cycling trend among the citizens for their health, as well as to reduce the congestion of the diesels and petrols. Other one is a solid waste management, sir. Bhopal Smart City has did a lot work in this sector. Around 13 transfer station, which has been act as a intermediary halting point from door to door and between the landfill site. It already successfully running, sir, where the segregation of the waste has been going on, and the reports are coming real time. Another one, to promote the education. Education is a primary fundamental services for the citizens as a right. We have opted 7 schools to upgrade them in a smart school. The good thing about this project is we also have of the content, and it has been weighted from the respective department. It is also running successfully, sir. And for speak of a citizen as a platform, we have also a Bhopal Plus application, where a citizen can raise their grievances and check their resolvents, and also can use the services of ULBs and other departments, sir. These are the picks for all three, sir. The first one is the Integrated Control and Command Center. This ICCC has been widely used in COVID, and it helped a lot as a techno disaster management centric solution, which can cover all the aspects of the COVID-19, from monitoring to geospatial mapping, everything. Other than this, these are the docking station of the public bike sharing, and there is a door-to-door vehicles, where it has been a line of ITMS traffic junctions. So where the marking has been taken and the violation has been decided whether it is violated or not automatically by the camera. We'll discuss later, sir, about this project. The first one is, sir, my land monetization. This we are the first in India who has started land monetization as per our AVD proposal. Sir, these are the some things about the land monetization. The Bhopal Smart City total area which has been granted by the government as a title deed is a 342 acres, sir. So we are providing and selling the land as a title deed. We also have a change in land use, FAR, height and ground coverage, sir. Layout already has been approved by the TNCP Bhopal unit. Environmental clearance has been taken by the Bhopal Smart City. Then RERA registration we have completed, sir. Colonizer license we have already acquired, and futuristic infrastructure with ample green space and recreational zones has been already opted, and we are already started, sir, execution as per the SIA and other guidelines, sir. Sir, these are the land monetization strategy. We have started working on the timing of the market. What is the current scenario of the market? We have It was a really challenging, sir, when we have started land monetization last year. This is also globally a pandemic year, but we got success, and this is all because of our approach, sir. We have also evaluated properly the pricing of the market. Then we have decided the framework for the capacity building and transaction advisor, sir. Then the monetization process, we have decided as per the standard and government rules, sir. We have started the auction, floated the tender, and then direct allotment, we also have keep that. Then we also allow more than one party as a joint venture, sir, and which will result into maximum value realization for the Bhopal smart city. And transaction structure, we have tried to keep a single window so that the bidder can have a confidence to become and invest for this, sir. The challenges during this land monetization we have faced, and we have successfully resolved it. First was we have to dismantle 3,100 government housing unit from the ABD area, sir, which we have achieved around more than 80% till now. Already around 2,500 houses have been demolished, and we also giving them the alternate houses to them. Then there is a economic instability because we have a limited funds, sir, around 1,000 crore only. So we have to arrange for that. So we have to make our development faster. So our authority has decided to prioritize the project because we have a limited fund and we have to start land monetization. If we are not doing any development in that area, sir, no, the bidders trust, we cannot achieve it. One major challenge we have been faced, I don't know how it has happened, but it was the truth. Bhopal has got a status quo from NGT, and the joint effort and the actual planning we have to be proof to the NGT, and now it has been over, sir. And this is a turning point for us to start land monetization. But we have faced this challenge last year, sir. Timely infrastructure completion due to lack of the fund. This is another challenge we was faced, but we have prioritized and reduced the same, sir. And another, the global COVID-19 pandemic is a disaster for everyone in terms of the development, in terms of the manpower to be work on the AVID. There's so many things, sir. And reallocation of unregulated commercial activity is also a major challenge in Indian cities, sir. You are well aware about that. There is a pan thela or anything, an encroachment. So this is also a great challenge for us. But now we have to discuss mutually, and we have totally reduce it so we can make the land monetization cleanly to be started. This is our 360 approach for investor has to give the attention to the Bhopal smart city, sir. The core infrastructure completion we have started. You have heard, sir, we have inaugurated the most smart road of the India, that is called the Atal Path, or also called as a boulevard road. This is a 1.6 kilometer roads which we have installed a plant. We have a smart lighting. Everything is there. So we have completed. Then we have started the land monetization, sir. Multiple investors meeting we have did to gain their confidence. Approval, whatever they are seeking in terms of the development or invest on our lands, we have also take all the approvals, also support them through financial institution, bank and others. So they have to be ready to be invest hassle free. Then continuation advertising, market and promotion we have continuous doing from social media to physical, everything we have did, sir, print media. Citizen-centric events we have also conducting regularly in AVD area to attract the citizens so that the developers can have a trust on that. This is the current scenario. It is more than that, sir. This is the old slide. Phase 1, we have started the monetization of, floated the 8 plots around 399. On which, sir, plot of 13.88 acre worth 369.71 crore has been already sold, sir. The total sellable area was 1,111 acre, and total sellable land value was 2430. This is I am talking about, sir. 2430.50 is a total monetizable land available in the Bhopal Smart City. This is a near about number is a 40, including the, sir, commercial and PSP as well as the residential. The current position of this, that the 4 successful plot we have already awarded to the bidder, and Bhopal Smart City got a sum of more than 200 crores, sir, right now. This is the successful story. Till now, we are ready for a phase 2 launch of new plot to be sold for the auction. This is, sir, how we can gain the trust of the investors. So we have conducted a wide investor meet in our Bhopal, and the response was very good. So we have unlocking the government land located in heart of the city. Our AVD, that is in located in TT Nagar, sir. It is the heart of the city of Bhopal. Lands we have also highlighted and assure and give the confidence to the investor. This is a totally a deed plot. So there is a no lease or anything. And we also have showcased them the futuristic infrastructure. And the good thing, sir, as an incentive is the FAR. So our approved master plan of AVD has assuring the FAR up to 3.0, sir. And high density and mixed land use is another attracting point, because there is already proposed 2 nodes of the Metro Bhopal, which has been assuring the transit oriented development for the same, sir. Investment returns is highly because center of the heart and the footfall of the citizens, and the FAR is also good. They're near around commercial, residential, schools, hospital, retail office. So many things are there, sir. And metro rail corridor, sir. Another monetization, sir, Bhopal Smart City is already developed, which we are in planning to start it. That is the asset monetization, sir. So Bhopal is the first its kind which has boarded the smart pole solutions provider and PPP mode, sir. So around total cost of this is an investment done by the in PPP mode 690 crore in the next 15 years, sir. And the project has been awarded to the Bharti Infratel in consortium with Ericsson and HVL. There are 2 phases, sir. One phase is to complete 150 smart pole and 20,000 of smart LED lights to be replaced with the existing sodium vapor lights, sir. The revenue realization of 48 crore in 15 years that has been transferred to the Bhopal Smart City as a revenue, sir. It has been already started. And the good thing about energy saving that actually required for the urban development as a nowadays to be reduce the energy congestion. So we are already assuring 35% of the same, sir, from the MSI, and that has been reflected in as an electricity bill, sir. Other than this, sir, in this project, Bhopal Smart City also have a 4 core that has been allocated to the Bhopal Smart City, sir, that we can monetize. We have started asking for the private vendor to take on the lease, and the total core in this project by Bharti, which has been laid down underground, is a 48 core. 4 is belongs to us, sir. And we have also a citizen platform, Bhopal Plus, as a medium for light complaints, for Wi-Fi complaints, advertisement, whatever is this there, sir. And we also providing a free Wi-Fi for 30 minutes, because this is a story of, sir, before Jio launch. So that time the data limit was very limited in terms of the today, sir. So we have already asked vendor to be revise that and give the more data to the citizen as a free for 30 minutes, sir. There is another component in Bhopal Smart Cities Smart Pole project, sir, that is advertisement digital board, which is also a monetizing entity for both the MSI as well as the SPB. So these are the some statistics for digital advertisement asset monetization, sir. So there are 2 promising projects which we have did. One is a smart pole, which I have just talking about. that has been done by Bharti Airtel. Another one, we have taken the project from the vendor 3M. There also a digital display board which we are going to be monetized. Type of the advertisement should be digital, sir. Quantities is 100 in smart pole and 5 digital screen has been we have often 3M project. Sir, size in smart pole is a 2 by 3 feet, and in the 3M, sir, it is near about 2 by 3 meters, sir. Cost of this is a 6.29 crore for 100 skin from the smart pole project, sir, and 27 lakh plus GST in 3M project, sir. The status warranty is 8 years and 5 years respectively in the 3M, sir. And the status, the smart pole install has been also done and operation has been started. Same for 3M project, sir. Operational timing, which we can monetize, sir, in terms of the project condition, 4 hours per day is block to the Bhopal Smart City that we can monetize. Rest of them has been 20 hours has been, as per the PPP model, is belongs to the Bharti Infratel, sir. And in 3M, we have the total right for that, and 24/7 we can monetize for during the using the digital advertisement. Electricity consumption is already done in process in 3M, sir. Electricity operation cost is bear by BSCDCL, whereas in 3M, sir, it is on the scope of the vendor. Network connectivity, integration, and everything dashboard is done by the Bhopal Bharti Infratel in smart pole project, sir. And in 3M, it has to be provided by the 3M itself. Other than this, sir, static advertisement scope we also have in other project like PVS. We have 100 docking station where dedicated cycles track around 12 kilometers we has been laid down in Hosangabad Road. In Smart Road, we have separately constructed the dedicated corridor for about 5 kilometers. And in tactical urbanism, there are 2 identified potential location we has been proposed and they start working on the same, sir. Another advertisement scope we have in a ITMS project. This is the Intelligent Traffic Management System gantries. Those are fixed into 30 junctions. And other than this, we have also completed a arc bridge where we have the scope of advertisement. In a smart park, which we have developed by the smart city, and potential area is the 342 acres of land of AVD area belongs to the Bhopal Smart City, sir. So we are looking for the promising vendor, and we are also gaining some good response from them to be started soon, sir.
Mr. Rathod, sorry to interrupt. You will have to rush through the slides because you have 5 more minutes.
Okay, sir. I will try to be completed, sir. Sir, this is the ITMS project. In brief, everything is a 360 degree. I have already told that the major things is about the automatic generation of the challan. We have a 22 RLBD and 7 is a ANPR. We also a good thing about in this project, no helmet and triple riding is the key of this project, which we have adopted the first automatically from the AI, sir. These are the snapshot of the challan, sir, ITMS challan, which has automatically generated from the system mentioning the dhara of the challan, which has been imposed on the violator with the time and date with the pics as a evidence. What is the actual violations, what is the amount of the violation under the Motor Vehicle Act, and what are the details of the rider or driver or as a owner of the vehicles who has violated from the RTO real-time hit, sir. These are the dashboard and statics of the cities taken from the installed gantry of the ITMS and the vehicle distribution and everything, sir. These are the some revenue collections which we have did, sir. Already, if we talking about, sir, the total revenue which we have already realized from and has been submitted in MP Treasury from challan in 2 years is a 1.51 crore without any enforcement to the citizens, sir, and limiting the number of challans per day. If we have increased the number of challan generation many, so this could be too much, sir. And this is all about the proposed how we can reach to them about the challan. These are Another, sir, asset monetization. We have also developed a project that is called the tactical urbanism, where we have augmented the infrastructure nearby the road. This is the promising for the commercial activities or that is called the corner shops or everything. So we have also started and floated the RFP for that, sir. And we are inviting the agencies to be start and give the revenue to the BSC DCL for such project cost which we have invested. Another this, we have also have a biomethanization plant. This is also a first in India like that in under the smart city mission, sir. The project cost was only a 1 crore and OPEX cost is 70,000 per month only, where we have taken the wet waste from the nearby Sabji Mandi and generating the gases which has been used to that is illuminated the lamps nearby them. So this is was energy efficient saving model, and that is called also a good for a solid waste management perspective, sir. These are the some pics of the biomethanization plants, sir, which are working well. Another this, sir, Bhopal Smart City also has invested in multi-level parking from the ULV as a takeover to augment it and developed as per the smartness. And we have already assigned in the PPP mode to the vendor, and around 41.5 lakh per annum will be get it from the Bhopal Smart City by the vendor using 3 multi-level parking, sir. Akhtar was the now the last one is a data monetization. Just I want to be highlighted. Bhopal Smart City has a project, sir, that is called the ICCC ITMS Smart Pole, and ICCC has already running the data about this. So we have started data monetization. For this, sir, just want to stay on 1 minute more. The policy which we have designing for data monetization, our expertization selling, we have opted a draft model for this. We are ready to give the consulting service to other government department, technological expertise, industry expertise, those we have and done already. The requirement assessment of their department, with process management, we can help them, implementation and O&M supervision, we also ready to with them. So we are already started identifying the department who want to quick implementation, assessment and DPR preparation, so that we can onboard it to them and we can work for them and give some more fund as a financial sustainability, sir. So these are the some steps which we have start following. We have to did the MOU agreement with the concerned department, Bhopal Smart City. Already we have did with the sports, youth welfare department, Madhya Pradesh provision for other services. Stakeholder consultation requirement assessment we are going and doing, and to preparation the DPR and their bid finally. Then we have to prepare the process as per their requirement and convert into the RFP and float it. And then we have to supervise and hand over and exit management. These are the some promising department which have already in discuss, and they are ready to will give the deposit work to the Bhopal Smart City with the blending of the smart development and faster mode, which we have already the experience and showcase among the 100 smart cities, sir. So I just want to going to skip. And sir, this is all about from my side. There are a lot from Bhopal Smart City, but whatever the time you have given, sir, I will try to be summarized. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that very elaborate presentation. You can stop your screen share,
Okay,
and we'll open the floor then.
Sir, sir.
Thank you so much. We
Sir.
open the floor for any question and answers.
Yes, sir, from my side.
So I think that was a very elaborate presentation, and everybody has a lot of clarity on what you are doing. The moot point here again is basically leveraging on technologies, how they have actually built models, used various elements, Today, we are living in the world of big data, analytics, and of course, apps. The omnipotent, omnipresent apps. Pick up your mobile phone and you have these apps which make life simpler for you. So right from traffic management to property tax assessment,
Sure, sir. Yes, sir.
to setting up a dedicated COVID command center or a command and control center, Pune, Bhopal, and of course, Indore. They've all demonstrated how you can get involved with them, especially students. They have some wonderful projects which you are seeing, and it's a good opportunity for you to connect with them.
Yes, sir.
Moving on, we have the next presentation on lean construction management advantage for the realization of smart cities. And the presenter is Professor N. Raghavan, Professor Practice, Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. Welcome, Professor Raghavan. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. May I share my screen, please?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Is it visible now?
If you can double click on the next slide, then that will come as one slide.
Okay, still there, is it? Fine. I'll do that. Yeah, I think it's all right now.
No, it's not. Yes.
Very good. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Professor N. Raghavan from IIT Madras. I would like to thank CIDC for inviting me to make this presentation. So far, the previous presentations were all on the softer side of realization of smart cities. I would like to talk about the hard side. How do you realize the smart cities? How do you implement them? Mainly, a lot of construction activities are involved, and you have multiple stakeholders, multiple disciplines, and very tight time constraint, and also the cost constraint. So with all this, how do we make sure that we get our smart city in time? So my presentation will cover a brief background on the core activities involved, an introduction to lean construction management, what are the key concepts, and what are the advantages, of the lean construction management, what needs to be done, and then concluding the presentation. So we all know that Government of India has instituted a program of smart cities. The Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs is the nodal ministry. 100 cities are coming up all over the country. And the program requires a good amount of work to be done in a limited time and budget. So typically the works involved are mainly infrastructure development, covering your roads, transportation systems, water, and so on. A multiplicity of services across several disciplines and locations. So most of these are actually hard work, which can likely to be slip behind schedule and also increase the cost.
Mr. Ananda Kumar, please mute yourself. Request everyone to kindly keep themselves on mute. Avinash, can you please mute everyone except the speaker?
Okay. If you look at the website of the Ministry of Urban Affairs Urban Affairs, you will find that there are 6 fundamental concepts for the smart cities. The community at the core, more from less, corporative and competitive federalism, integration, innovation, and sustainability, technology as means and not the goal, and convergence. If you look at the meaning of all these, community means actually you have the get the thing properly. The collaborative working, and then the second end points, more from less actually means avoiding wastage, so you get more from less. Federalism means respect for others. Innovation is continuous improvement and innovation. Technology as a means is development of achievement culture. And then we are converging towards multiple realizing value for the ultimate users with multiple disciplines. If you look at all these are the very cornerstones of lean concepts and lean construction management. So I would like to talk to you now about how we can realize these 6 fundamental concepts for smart cities by adopting the lean concepts and lean construction management. So the scenario we have in construction generally, you have multiple agencies, stakeholders, work going on a number of fronts. Then, the productivity is very low. That's not only in India, but all over the world, the construction productivity is quite low. India, we have a major problem with ill-motivated labor, tremendous amount of waste. I'm not talking only about wastage of materials. If you look at any particular site, you'll find that people are waiting, equipment are waiting for lack of decisions, prints, drawings, and so many things. So if you look at the aggregate of all the man hours wasted, of the staff, labor, and equipment, and the materials being wasted, is nothing less than 30%. Not only in India, but even elsewhere. And from IIT and other institutions here in India, we have conducted a number of surveys, and we have found in every project site that there is considerable wastage, 30% maybe even on the lower side. Then we have poor planning systems, less automation and technology, low consciousness of quality and safety, poor communications. And the main problem here in construction is the very, very low, very high uncertainty level. We are not able to predict, very accurately when we are going to hand over a project, at what time, what cost, what quality, and so on. The Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation has reported over 40% of projects in the public sector are having time and cost runs, either on the website. So traditional project management systems are not that effective in solving the problems and delivering our projects to us in time and on cost. So we can look at lean construction management as the best solutions. We can't afford to let such problems affect the smart cities implementation program. We have tight timelines, limited budget, prestige projects. So we need to look at lean construction management and see how it can help us. Now to look at the basics of lean construction. The whole concept of lean principles emanated from manufacturing. After the last World War, Toyota Motors evolved something called Toyota Production Systems, by which they could accelerate their production, get to deliver goods on time with better quality, better safety, and better involvement of the labor. Then around 1990, it got migrated to construction management, and today many countries around the world are adopting lean construction, and it has proved itself without any doubt. There have been numerous conferences, seminars, and so on, and now a very much part of the construction management scenario, and also becoming popular in India. If you look at some of the basic concepts, the primary concept is called value for the client. Lean construction management is all about delivering value to the client with avoiding wastage. Lean abhors wastage. I will talk to you later about the typical 7 or 8 kinds of wastage, which we have come across in many of the construction projects. So we want to avoid wastage and increase value. And this has to be done on a continuous improvement basis. Kal jo kiya wo nahi chalega, aaj usse acha karne ka, usse behtar karne ka. So the main motto is continuous improvement. And we can't do it, in groups, in specific compartments. We need to have collaborative working involving all the agencies working in the project or on the site. And there is a very great concept called pull versus push. You look at a typical construction project, the bar bender keeps on bending bars and pushing out to the the concreting agency. The bar bender is not bothered how much he is able to utilize by the concreting agency. He keeps on churning out the bars. And we have so much piled up. It's actually a wasted working capital, work in progress, and definitely adds to the overall cost of the project. Whereas if the concreting person is able to pull work, if he is able to pull as many rebars as he only requires for the week or for the day or for the shift, then you have controlled flow of materials from one segment to another segment, and there is a proper logical progression. So we have less cost involved, less wastage involved, less pile up, more space at the site, and so on. So in smart cities, we are working in the urban environments where there is limited space, a lot of constraints on traffic, people movements, and then we need to be very careful about how much materials we are piling up at the site. So if you are able to keep all the materials in a central yard and then able to pull, whatever we require from day to day or from shift to shift, we will have much better working, less congestion, less number of, possibility of accidents, and then better quality also. And all the time, our accent is on the overall flow. See, conventional construction focuses on targets, daily target, shift-wise targets, and so on. So we keep looking at only segments of a particular project. Whereas in Lean, we look at see how there is a progression of all the activities, ultimately leading to creation of value for the client. So we focus on the flow or the global approach or a holistic approach. We don't look at the minor, smaller parts. And like I said, construction is a multi-theater, multi-agency operation. So we need to have impeccable coordination between the various agencies and multiple disciplines. And Lean is definitely very good for doing that. And finally, we need to have a holistic or global approach. Don't look at only individual segments. And this is what we require in smart cities. When you have many people operating in many theaters of operation and with many concepts, many contracts and so on, how do we get them all to work together on a globalistic basis and deliver value for the ultimate client? That's what we need to look at. If you want a simple definition of Lean, it's a way of creating more value for the client with less investment, less efforts, less time, and less space by removing waste from the work. Lean abhors waste. We want to avoid waste as far as possible and then generate more value with continuous improvement, collaborative working. Like I said earlier, we need to involve all the agencies, all the stakeholders, and have a holistic approach. Lean actually is not a collection of tools or any particular practice. It's actually a whole concept, a culture. And if you're able to develop that culture the way Toyota Motors did after the last World War, we will definitely zoom up to achieving what we want. And the Lean production delivery is based on a few concepts. If you look at conventional project, the factory production, we have continuous work, going on from day to day. We are able to predict, the goods just being churned out by the hour, minute by the minute, and so on. We can predict exactly how much we will produce in a single day and so on. Whereas in construction, we cannot do that. We have a lot of uncertainties. We are never even able to project how much we can do in a shift, let alone in a week or a month or a year. So how do we get the project, the construction project, to behave as a production system with better certainty, better reliability, and being more predictable? That's where Lean comes in. So we have a holistic and integral approach, and we focus on the flow of work and not at isolated segments. And we have the concept of pull instead of push. We want to draw work from the previous, previous doer of the work to the extent what we want. We don't keep, getting dumped on us without being able to use what we have got. Then collaborative working involving all the segments, continuous improvement, avoiding waste. So these are some of the basic concepts of Lean, and we will quickly look at each concept and see how to apply that. A quick comparison between Lean construction and conventional project management. Lean is having continuous focus on value, avoiding wastage, whereas in conventional you have enormous waste, about 30 to 60%. Lean is continuous improvement, conventional is focusing on targets. We are collaborative working, and conventional we have only a need-to-know basis. There are a number of watertight compartments in the project, and they all work in isolation. Lean is proactive, and the conventional is reactive. You're looking at variances, targets, and so on. And then multidimensional versus target focused. And then Lean has got a built-in resilience. There is a feedback mechanism in every operation we do. We are not content with what we have achieved. We want to keep improving. So there's a feedback mechanism in all the operations, and we keep on improving. And when we look at what has gone wrong so that we can remedy that, we don't look at the ostensible or immediately apparent costs. We look at something called the root cause. With a principle, we need to ask why 5 times in order to get the root cause. So everything that is going wrong at the side, we look at it with a big magnifying glass, find out the real root cause, and then remedy that. Then only the real problem will get solved. Whereas in conventional law, we have a large inertia, we blame people, we want to fix responsibilities, and there is no overall good feeling. So lean is all about having a friendly, people-friendly culture, is culture-oriented, whereas in conventional, we are task approach, and then we are quite impersonal. There is a big difference, we can see that between lean construction and the conventional project management paradigms. So what is the picture in India? There's a body called ILCE, the Institute for Lean Construction Excellence. I'm one of the directors in that body. It's a not-for-profit body founded about 13 years back to foster and drive lean construction in the country. And we have illustrious charter members, Larsen & Toubro, Shapoorji Pallonji, Afcons, Godrej Construction, Tata Realty, URC Construction, Arcop Architects, and IIT Madras as the knowledge partners. So impeccable pedigree you have there, and all pushing lean construction. We have had several seminars, workshops, and webinars and so on every 2 years since 2015. And we have 2 major international conferences, IGLC 2018 and LIPS 2019 in the country, with very good participation, numerous posters, papers, interactions, and so on. So now we have many project sites in the country who are actually using lean construction and going forward. Now to have a quick look at some of the tools which we are using in lean construction. The first one is called very aptly collaborative planning system. So what happens in conventional construction? We have the Primavera MS project with thousands of activities. People get lost in all that. And these large networks, we can update them once in the beginning, maybe once or twice in between. We can't keep updating them day by day when the scenario keeps on changing. Whereas in lean, we have this collaborative planning system called CPS. We have a telescopic approach. We start from the milestones, look at the various phases, phase 1, phase 2, and so on. Then we have look ahead plans covering 6 or 8 or 10 weeks at a time, and then narrow down to the weekly plan and then the daily plan. So we have a cascading focus, which is narrowing down to the daily achievements. Then we also involve the frontline supervisors in planning. We identify the constraints in advance and solve them. And then we track the completed work using an index called Plan Person Completed, not a plethora of indices, but a single index called PPC that captures the entire progress. And then we look at the root causes. And like I said earlier, there is a constant feedback loop. So this is actually the typical big room. What we do in lean, we try to get all the people involved as far as possible. And in this kind of planning for CPS, we involve the frontline supervisors. Traditionally, these people are not involved in planning. They are only told what is to be done. They are not given the freedom. But in lean, we involve them in the planning. So they all get together in a big room like this, along with the project manager or the planning manager, and they evolve the look ahead planning or the weekly planning or the daily planning. So there is more involvement, more collaboration, and then they deliver the goods because their responsibility is involved and their procedure is involved. So we get day by day better and better progress. So if you look at this index called PPC and you plot that every week, you have an overall plot like that. And then we keep progressing from say something like 40 to 50% towards 80, 90, 100%. And we also track the root causes. We identify what had gone wrong in the last week and over the previous weeks, and then see what is the predominant root cause, how we can remedy that, how we can improve that. And so the work goes on like that. There are many advantages in CPS. We have more collaboration, more certainty, less waiting. And the best thing I like about that is the immense predictability and the certainty. So projects are more predictable, very good for people. And then you can integrate with your sub-assemblies and the supply chain. So we can do something called just-in-time deliveries. That means, you have less working capital, lesser overall cost, and then no, sleep lost over deliveries. So we have multiple stakeholders. We are what to be welded together. and people have, the good of responsibility and accountability that also improves. And then, but all this is done in something called the big room. Conventionally, what happens when you have multiple stakeholders? Each person is sitting in his own ivory tower. They don't talk to each other much. There is not much of interchange of data, lot of bureaucracy. It goes by letters, it goes by mails. There is no direct communication between people to people, and hence lot of confusion, double working, duplicate working, something getting missed out and so on. Whereas in Lean, we have this kind of big room approach where we put everybody who is involved, who's concerned, in the same room, and they talk to each other across, the room. So they are able to get good answers, and they're able to get good commitments to others. They get good commitments from the others in return. So this sort of exchange of information, which is possible in something called the big room approach, that saves a lot of time and cost over a long period. And there is no back and flow, flow of data, of questions and answers and so on. We get quick resolutions, speedy resolution of issues. We are able to go ahead with our planning. We are able to go ahead with our actual execution of work. So I recommend this big room approach for all the smart city planning, where you have multiple stakeholders. Put them all in the same room, ask them to talk to each other across the room, post their questions, get their answers, and then go ahead with the work. That's the best way it can be done. In this kind of COVID time, we advocate something called the virtual big room. So instead of coming across in person, they're all on the, like we have this Zoom meeting, you can have a virtual meeting when people can all talk to each other, look at each other, get the answers, pose their questions and so on. So we get speedy resolution of all the issues. However, we need to establish proper protocols, a proper coordination, and so on to get optimum usage of the big room approach. I have seen it time and again. It works very well. And wherever you have multiple stakeholders, multi-disciplines, this is the best form of getting resolution, convergence. Then Lean, traditionally we have identified 7 kinds of wastage. In any particular project, we have seen again and again, transportation issues, inappropriate processing, unnecessary motion, waiting time, overproduction, overstocking, and rework. Buffering again is a very major problem in conventional work. We are worried about, whether we'll have enough materials to feed the construction. We don't know when the construction will come to a particular stage. So we are all the time, in a state of worry. Whereas in Lean, we have more certainty. So we don't need to stock in advance. We don't need to buffer things. So we are able to go get materials at the right time when we require. We don't need to overproduce. Again, we save working capital. So Lean has got a number of advantages. And whenever we find there is too much of wastage, we adopt a tool called value stream mapping, which we'll come to later. And we have seen in projects, if you analyze the various works going on at any given time in a construction project, we have classified them into 3 particular categories. One is called value adding, which is directly adding value to the ultimate client. For example, a person producing rebars. Non-value adding, something which is not at all, giving any value. For example, the drawings are not there, raw materials not there, the bar bending crew is idle. That means, they are in the non-value adding mode. But sometimes, the machinery has to be reset. We need to configure the equipment, rejigging, retooling, and so on. That kind of work is necessary, but it doesn't directly add value to the client. So you have value adding, non-value adding, but necessary. And if you look at typical projects, we have seen that value adding portion is hardly 30 to 40%. The remaining is all coming on the realms of NVA and NVAN. So what we do, we actually we sample the work across the entire project size, categorize in the work into, the 3 categories, value adding, non-value adding, and non-value adding, but necessary. And then we find out the root causes, why we have NVA, why we have NVAN. We try to remediate that over a period of time. So we keep on increasing the value adding portion. So when you have multiple stakeholders working in a number of places, there will be a lot of duplication, a lot of wastage, a lot of waiting. We need to adopt a tool like work sampling or value stream mapping to find out where we are losing out on time. This is a tool called value stream mapping, where we map the entire process. We break down the work, into a number of individual components. We add the time dimension, we add the data flow dimension, and we see how the data is flowing, how the work is progressing, and on a time scale, on a timeline. And then we resolve the bottlenecks and speed up the work. And then ultimately we go towards increasing our value adding as much as possible. Another very excellent tool called, first run studies. Whenever you have complex works going on the side, you don't want to start the work, look at the mistakes and then get stuck. If you can do a trial run first, like a mock-up. So we do the work, observe what is going well, what is not going well, and then address the point which are not going well, and then remedy them. So we have a cycle called PDCA. To plan the work, do the work, check what has gone well, what has not gone well, and act upon that and remedy the problems, remedy the snags, the constraints. And the next time you go through the same cycle, you'll have a much better implementation time and cost. So we keep on doing that and improve our work. So this is the fourth tool I'm telling you, after the collaborative working system, the big room, work sampling, and then now the first run studies. So another tool which we have actually is this is the eliminating for the waste. How to make sure that rework is avoided, and we come across better way of doing things and foster an environment of continuous improvement. That's a very good thing which we can do. Another important tool which many of us are aware is called building information modeling, BIM. When you have a conventional drawing of a structure or a building or a project, you have a number of multiple lines. Each line is simply a line in conventional drawings. In BIM, each line has got parametric information associated with that. For example, you look at a line which is depicting a column. You click on that, you will get immediately information about the size of column, the concrete grade, the cost, the time of starting, the time of finish, what are the, all the information, agency involved, all the information you get from building information modeling on the same framework. That's a great advantage. And then, you can do a number of things with that. Use it for design, use it for explaining to people, use it for monitoring construction. And then you can visualize the work, your walkthroughs, and then detect all the clashes between the various pipelines, cabling, road work, and so on. And then compare different methodologies. And then, you can link up the time element with that and see how the work is going with the time on a fast track mode. Also add cost to it and see how the cost is getting incurred as you go along the project. So BIM is an excellent tool, and then you can do a number of things with that, but then we need to plan it properly in order to get it to yield results for us. Another excellent tool, we have something called 5S. It's a visual management tool. It's actually looking at when you have a lot of material stuck in a construction project, for example, a busy road, you have a lot of equipment, tools, materials, all those things are lying and, obstructing people, obstructing the work. If somebody can sort out all those things and make sure what is required immediately and move the rest to a yard or a store like that, then that really improves the accessibility and improves quality and safety. So sort is the first tool, first S. The second one is whatever you have left in the site, make sure it is all properly laid out in the right place. A place for everything and everything in its place. The second is called set in order. Third is whatever you have on the site, it should all be clean, well workable. You make it shine, clean and inspect. And then fourth, everybody at the site has to know what exactly he has to do. So standardize the work through proper documentation. And then fifth is sustain. That means the work has to go on, continuously without any problem. If you do all that, you will realize the typical Indian construction project site which you see with so much of dust and so much of, garbage and wastage and all that, that disappears. And then you get a well laid out site where you can find things easily, easy access, better quality, better safety. And, people like to work in a well ordered site with good quality and good safety and so on. So the productivity improves and people also feel happy working in such particular sites.
Professor Raghavan, you have 5 more minutes. Sorry to interrupt.
I started late, I thought. Okay, I'll finish in 5 minutes. Thank you. So Kaizen is called continuous improvement. You know, we can get groups to practice this Kaizen, where, you know, people can get together periodically, exchange on what they had done something better since the previous meeting. And then you share, you know, these improvements with the others and keep on improving all the time. So there's another, you know, thing which we can do with all these tools. We right from collaborative planning system up to Kaizen. We are able to get things, you know, delivered just in time. So our subcontractors and vendors, they're also quite happy. They know exactly when they have to deliver the goods on the side, so that, you know, they get the bill paid on time. They're also happy, the client is happy, and the work goes on quite well. For supply chain management and the handling of subcontractors and vendors, again, goes much better with lean construction thing. And today you have a number of new technologies using drones, using CCTV for surveillance, BIM, and so on. And coming to contracting, finally, conventional contracts are very much one-sided, you know, in favor of the government clients. That doesn't work in the long run. You know, inequitable contracts, they get knocked down by the courts ultimately. So we need to have contracts based on mutual trust and respect. That's where lean really comes in. We have methods called integrated project delivery and alliance contracting, where, you know, we can bring the designer, the architect, and the contractor together, or we can also bring in the owner to come on board and make sure that everything gets well. So all these things can work very well. So as long as we are focusing on the people. If you look at only the targets and the results, we have only problems. We never get convergence. So lean is all about culture. We foster, we develop trust, openness, global approach, collaborative approach, and innovative approach in the entire side, and build up the people to deliver the goods in this kind of manner. Then we have things which are coming properly. There is an international movement called Lean in Public Sector. We had a conference in Delhi, you know, 2 years back called LIPS 2019. And the aim is to get the public sector clients also to use lean construction management. And ultimately, you know, we want to spread lean into governance, transportation sector, health sector, infrastructure development, everywhere, add value to general public, avoid wastage, deliver more value for less, and so on. So we need to work out the LIPS, the concept of spreading lean in the public sector and how we can do that. So how do we implement lean? There are many coaches available in the country today. We have ILC, the body I talked to you about, IIT Madras, and so on. Initially, identify your main objectives, stakeholders, the main processes, timelines, and budget. Develop the lean process accordingly, roll out and implement, but don't rest happy with that. Keep on measuring and keep on improving. You want more information? There's a conference coming up in CEPT, Ahmedabad in December, the first week, 1st to 4th of December. You can look at the website at ilcc2021.cept.ac.in for more information. So concluding, lean is a great system. It definitely yields great results when practiced properly, that's comprehensively, or some other tools, you know, I talked to you about. You can also improve them on a standalone basis in a modular fashion. So lean is much more than mere construction management. It's a transformational system. It's a method of, it's a culture which has to be developed and practiced. It's actually a good solution for many of the problems faced in the development of smart cities, community involvement and collaboration, cutting down waste to get more from less, have a federal approach of respect for people, get the lean culture, collaborativeness, and so on, integrate, have a holistic approach, use technology for continuous improvement, and then converge onto realizing the value. The journal called Construction World is bringing out a special issue on lean construction in October, the next month. So the first week of October, you get this journal called Construction World. There are 35 pages covering lean construction and a lot of information from the directors of lean, the top honchos of the larger construction companies in India. They will tell you how they have been practicing lean and what exactly lean and so on. Get the issue, read that, and you will get a lot of information. So please go lean to get smart, and you can get your smart cities realized much faster. Thank you very much. Thank you for hearing me patiently. Good day.
Thank you so much, Professor Raghavan. If you can switch off your screen share, then we'll open the floor for questions and answers.
1 minute, please. I think I've done it already. Sorry, I'm not able to get the full screen.
On the top, you will have that red button, stop screen share. It must be reading. Yes.
Yeah,
thank
okay,
you.
I got it.
That's done.
Yeah, please tell me.
Now we open the floor for questions. Mr. Thanching Kauchui, if you can, yes. Thank you so much for muting your mic. Any questions? Well, thank you for a very lucid presentation on lean practices. Culture, ideas, these are the soft ones, but hard to implement because it deals a lot with change management.
Yes.
So as Professor Raghavan said, we need to have a global approach.
Yeah.
Open up our blinkers and see the world with a different light. We'll be able to imbibe these. Continuous improvement, whether it's Kaizen or it is lean. The doctors also say you should be lean.
Yes.
Shed off the extra flab that you carry on the body, and the body becomes more agile.
We call that waste.
Yes. It could be WAIST or it could be WAST.
Well said, well said, well said. Yes.
That could be debated, but either way, it's not good for the body. So what's not good for the body is not good for the mind.
Right.
So let's have that agile approach and imbibe these emerging trends and practices. So that
Ashutosh,
yes.
Sorry, Ashutosh, sorry. This is Sudeep. I'm the CEO of the Professor. I've got a presentation as well. But I've got a question to Raghavan sir.
Hold your horses. We'll come to that. We'll come to that.
Sir,
you raise your hands and we'll come to that.
Sir, thank you.
So Professor Raghavan has been participating regularly on these platforms, and he is regular faculty for our various conferences that we do. So students, you are encouraged once again to write into Professor Raghavan or share your questions with enlistment@cidc.com, and we will definitely share it with Professor Raghavan. Thank you so much, Professor Raghavan. Wonderful presentation. Yes,
thank
Sudeep,
you. Sorry, I
had
to go very fast, but you know the time was limited and the vast canvas. It's a new concept, so it takes a bit of time to understand and practice. Yeah, please go on.
I think you were able to drill down the key points to the audience in a very lucid manner. Yes, Sudeep, please go ahead.
Thank you,
sir. Thank you very much. Sorry for the disturbance in between. I'm so sorry. So, Professor Raghavan, I'm an ex-L&T and the software industry. I've served 40 countries outside as well. You know, as you said, the lean thing, the lead, it basically starts from the planning. And I personally see that when I look at in the Western countries, especially Europe and India, we've got an apathy to planning. Anything which is systematic, like lean or Kaizen or anything, it can only work when we understand the basic philosophies of planning. We start with, I mean, a lot of sites I've seen that, you know, we start with the philosophy or a belief that it cannot be planned because everything is uncertain. And honestly, I'm also a product of this country. But when I went outside and came back and I saw that, you know, if they can plan, why can't we? I mean, in fact, there are ways to do it. I think it's a very active practice that we should be doing to bring in this lean benefit, as you talked about the Toyota and all. You know, the book that the machine shook that shook the world, which is 1980s. It's one of the best books actually in the manufacturing principles. Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Sudeep, for that observation. Anybody else has a question, or we move ahead with the next presentation? The next, sir, you want to say something?
No, I think I supplement what he was saying, that we are really very negligent on planning side. We don't devote enough time and resources. Planning is not the priority. and that creates problem in every project. You know, this item rate contract type of concept, do our think of that we can do away with the planning and start the job first. So Professor has rightly said, we have to really plan first and then really execute and monitor it effectively. Thank you.
Thank you.
So moving on to our next presentation, we have Mr. D. Singh, Director from MSP Steel and Power Limited. Mr. Singh, if you can, yes, you can unmute yourself.
Yeah. Good afternoon to everybody. Are you able to listen?
Yes, we are able to listen.
Okay. I have been given a time of half an hour. We'll try to.
सिंह साहब इसके पहले आप बोलना शुरू करें, इसको प्रेजेंटेशन मोड पे ले आइए। राइट हैंड बॉटम पे आपको 3 आइकन दिख रहे होंगे, सबसे राइट वाले को क्लिक कीजिए। आपको दिख रहा है ये नीचे आइकन बने हुए हैं ना 3?
हाँ।
राइट हैंड साइड में
या
सबसे राइट वाले को आप क्लिक करेंगे तो वो बड़ी स्क्रीन पे आ जाएगा। या शुरू कर दीजिए आप, अगर नहीं हो पा रहा है तो शुरू कर दें।
ठीक है, इसका प्रेजेंटेशन मोड में एक मिनट, जस्ट 1 मिनट। Moment, make it presentation mode.
सर प्रेजेंटेशन मोड में है सर।
ठीक है, now let's go ahead. Yeah, just I wanted to say that MSP Steel, this is located in Raigad. This is we have got an integrated steel plant, and I would like to give a view of the plant one by one. The next slide, please. Yeah. Actually, our product mix is a totally integrated plant. We have got various product mix starting from pellet and sponge iron, billets, structure, light structure as heavy structure, TMT bars, ferroalloys, and pipes. These are the products manufacturing. Next slide, please. We have got our vision as it is indicated in the screen. Next one, please. Just now, Dr. Raghavan has presented a lot of tools for Kaizen. And I'm glad to say that in our company, most of the tools are in use. What he has said, starting from HiBase and all other tools, value stream mapping and autonomous maintenance and various things. So we have been accredited with the ISO 9001:2015, ISO 14001:2015, and OSHA 14001:2018. Next, please. Next slide. Now we have got the various approvals of RDSO. Next. So these are the various approvals: JUSL, SCR, MSC, DCL, ESR. Next. Next. What are the- Yeah, this is the tool we are using. As Mr. Dr. Raghavan has said, we start with our running and PDCA cycle and all those things we are using. Totally. Next slide, please. Next slide. So this is the management responsibility, management analysis and improvement, product realization, and resource management. These cycles, this is the PDCA cycle that we are using very extensively in all the processes of the company. Next, please. Yeah, we have got the various facilities. Captive power plant of 90 megawatt, then pellet plant 1 lakh ton, sponge iron plant about 35,000 ton per month, and steel mill shop about 30,000 ton per month, rolling mill particularly for TMT, and rolling mill for heavy structure and rolling mill for light structure. Then we have got ferroalloy plant, and we have got railway siding too. Next. This is the process flow which is indicated for the various products. Next. Next, please. Yeah, this is not very clearly visible, but these are the various products and the facilities and the capacity of the different plants which is given here. Next, please. Next. Yeah, this is the TMT, and this TMT, we have got a super strength TMT with super flexibility and high tolerance and good resilience, natural resilience. So we have got our, we have also developed our own profile in the TMT, which is which has been approved by BIS, and we are going to launch it very shortly. Next, please. This is the structure which we are having. We have got a very systematic quality control system, and entire process, right from raw material to finished product, everything is being checked, and it is controlled by following the SOPs, which has been very, which is updated from time to time, so that a continuous improvement in the system as well as in the product, they are ensured. Next. Next, please. These are the customers which are, they are our key customers whom we are supplying the material. Next, please. This is the type of system which we are following. As I told you, that most of the Kaizen system and tools which Dr. Raghavan has said, we follow it. These are some of the pictures for that. Next, please. Corporate social responsibility also we carry out. We are glad to tell you that entire our workforce, about 5,000 number, have been totally vaccinated. And not only that, we are taking up a lot of social work in the neighboring village and the surrounding areas, and right from education and upgrading their skill and training program, so that they can be absorbed in our factory. So we are consistently and constantly working on that, so that we are able to absorb as many people as possible from the local area. This ensures two things. One is that the absenteeism of people, that is minimized, and the commitment is much more there. Next, please. Now we'll show you a very small video which you can, which will tell you better about the plant. Video, please. What happened, Saban?
What builds a nation's future? A vision that inspires. An infrastructure that is modern. And products that promise strength. There is one name that promises it all. MSP Steel and Power Limited.
सिंह साहब आपका वीडियो नहीं दिख रहा है स्क्रीन पे किसी को।
MSP Group has taken the nation forward with giant steps and emerged as 12
सिर्फ आवाज आ रही है सिंह साहब और कुछ नहीं सुन दिखाई दे रहा है।
Video.
Only sound, no video.
What builds a nation's future?
Yeah.
हाँ अब दिख रहा है वीडियो, आप शुरू करें।
What builds a nation's future? A vision that inspires. An infrastructure that is modern. And products that promise strength. There is one name that promises it all. MSP Steel and Power Limited. MSP Group has taken the nation forward with giant steps and emerged as a magnanimous 1,200 crore enterprise.
We have achieved this successful feat because we believe in our vision of being the most admired and leading steel producer. Every single member of the MSP team has had the core values instilled in our minds. The values of integrity, innovation, and teamwork. As a leading steel producer, we would like to use the most innovative technologies to provide the highest quality product to the customers at the lowest price. Today, I'm proud to say that we have a whole range of satisfied stakeholders, including all our customers, our suppliers, and all our employees.
MSP Steel and Power's largest project has taken shape at Raigad in Chhattisgarh. It covers every process of steel production, from raw materials to finished steel products. With its own power plant, making it an integrated steel plant. At MSP, we deliver a diverse range of products, starting from pellets, billets, sponge iron, to TMT bars and structural steel. These high-grade TMT bars go through various stages of production. The resultant product exhibits super strength with high elongation and yield stress due to high Fe content, ensuring zyada lohe ki taakat. Apart from high-end TMT bars, MSP Group has taken a leap into manufacturing the next generation structural steel. Beams, channels, round bars and angles are needed to construct bridges, dams, highways, buildings and power plants.
Our aim is to be a market leader with better customer experience, inspiring loyalty, right product mix, value-added products and operational excellence. With a dynamic and proactive management, and hardworking and motivated workforce, we see a great future for MSP in the steel market.
MSP structurals undergo rigorous quality checks repeatedly to guarantee high quality. In our quest for quality perfection, we ensure correct chemistry, casting, strength, hardness, and dimension standards. All MSP products adhere to international standards and are recognized by quality monitoring agencies. The saga of our spectacular quality and growth has been possible through hard work and courage. With foresight, driven by entrepreneurial energy, our factories are meeting the country's booming industrial needs and changing the face of construction with fast and cost-effective products. We also participate in CSR activities and make meaningful contributions to the country. We believe in a brighter future. We believe in better partnerships. We believe in higher aspirations. We believe in steel.
So this is the end of our presentation. I think
Thank you so much, Singh Saab. We can switch off your screen share. आप screen share बंद कर दें. अगर किसी को कोई सवाल पूछना है तो बताएं. Mr. Rajesh Batra, you have raised your hand.
Yes, at the start I had raised the hand, but now after seeing this presentation, my question is answered. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You can lower that icon. Any other questions, please? Okay, we move on to the next presentation, and that is vision document on subsurface utilities for smart cities. And I invite Professor Dr. Niranjan Swarup, Director General, Indian Society for Trenchless Technology. Professor Swarup, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Bhardwaj.
If you can switch on to the presentation mode, then we'll have the full slide.
It's an honor to be amongst smart city developers, builders, and I have one point to make. To begin with, let me start, and that is, I'm speaking about buried utilities or subsurface utilities. It's taking time to load, looks like. Now, I work as the Director General of Indian Society for Trenchless Technology, and my profession is to promote the construction, management, and replacement of subsurface utility networks without excavating continuous trenches. Looks like it's not loading, so just a sec. Yeah, we got it. Is my screen visible to everybody?
Yes, it is visible.
Yeah.
Nice and clear. Please go ahead.
What I am doing is, or I'll be talking about the background about trenchless technology, application of trenchless technology in smart city and subsurface construction, basically, engineering the subsurface construction, city-specific subsurface utility vision document, which is a theme of my talk, and then we will conclude. So let's begin the presentation. Trenchless technology is the family of subsurface construction techniques that help in remotely constructing, maintaining or replacing subsurface utilities buried below the ground surface without excavating continuous trenches. In the context of smart cities, trenchless techniques have extremely important role, both during construction as well as later during the operation, maintenance and replacement at the end of economic life. And I believe that the later part, which is during the usage, it becomes more important for all the smart city owners, because when your city has been developed and at that stage, if they are malfunctioning, you have trouble at your hand. As the smart city managers, it becomes imperative for the smart city SPV to have sufficient internal capacity for construction, operations, maintenance, and replacement of buried utilities, both conventionally as well as trenchless methods. So we are moving into that. Through this capacity, the SPV would be able to supervise and control subsurface utility project management activities efficiently. In its absence, SPV shall have to depend on external inputs, making their position vulnerable. Prerequisites to achieve this capacity is to have proper vision for the application of trenchless technology in the development, maintenance, and management of subsurface utilities. As post-construction, management and maintenance of buried utilities through conventional modes may be challenging and impossible in certain situations. In this talk, we shall be looking at different aspects of such vision attributes and modes to create such vision document for smart city SPV. Now, to move ahead, let me just bring it to the context of everybody, or let me bring trenchless technology into the context. Trenchless technology is a set of technique for the remote installation, rehabilitation, and repair of utilities, pipelines, and small tunnels linked by their lack of need for digging continuous trench for the installation of new structure or their repair. These are different types of trenchless technology which you might have experienced or might be using in your project, or may be required to use them in your project. These are micro tunneling, directional drilling, rehabilitation of existing pipe, and replacement of existing pipes. Now, practically speaking, it has four divisions: new installation, replacement, rehabilitation, and surveys. And all of them are one way or other linked with each other. When I'm talking about new installation, what I mean to say is creating a subsurface utility cavity within which I create some kind of passage by either shifting the soil sideways, cutting the soil mechanically and removing it axially, or fluid assisted cutting and removing it axially by flow of the fluid. All the new installation works are done in one or any other of these methods. Replacement, when I burst the existing pipe from inside, it goes out in the soil and a new cavity is created within which a new pipe is pulled in. All the pipes, when they are at the end of their effective life and they are consuming or they are using your right of way where you wanted to have that pipe, say when you're having a drainage line or a sewerage line, that will have a specific location in your subsurface zone. And if you are not utilizing that, you may not be able to put the next pipe there. So you have to replace that pipe, and only trenchless techniques for replacement help you. Now, in case if your pipes are new and malfunctioning, there are methods by which you basically put inside another pipe or a liner and strengthen the matrix so that the liquid does not leak out. So these are the three prime construction methods of trenchless, which are supported by subsurface utility engineering processes, geophysical investigation processes, and pipeline condition assessment methods. So these three survey techniques or survey groups help you to manage and maintain your buried utilities. Now, bringing the smart city in the context. Where am I taking you, or where am I going? Smart city objective is to promote sustainable and inclusive cities that provide core infrastructure and give decent quality of life to its citizens, a clean and decent, sustainable environment, and application of smart solutions. The main goal of smart city is to optimize the city functions and promote economic growth. All that we have been talking and discussing and decide, explaining to people what are the objectives of smart city. And primarily, if I look at its adequate water, assured power, sanitation, urban mobility, affordable housing, robust IT, all these depend on the database which you get by creating your subsurface utility. You have, when you build your utilities, you know what are the XYZ coordinates, you know what is the material put in, you know what is the RFID tagging there, you know what kind of GIS or GPS tagging there, and based on those information, your smart city operates. Believe you me, if that smart city data is not true, your operations are going to be jeopardized. You may be having real trouble when you are actually maintaining your cities. Today, you are in the initial phases of developing the smart cities, or you are making the smart, what you call the model sections of the smart city. Later, when the smart city starts functioning and your database is not true, or the database which you got created is not bankable, your actions to rectify anything which has gone wrong might also be a trouble situation. Let me show you something which is from London, and this is for the tube. 1841, the tube started being constructed. Here you have a growth process of subsurface infrastructure being developed, and it goes to 2050. So this is just a what we call an animation, which shows you that every measured year there was some development, and everything went in the place where the older infrastructure was existing. You are also facing the same situation. Though you are not making a metro tunnel, but you are making pipelines, you are making structures which are being buried and which have to perform maybe for the coming 100 years, 150 years or more. Depend on the age of your smart city, what you are planning. All this is being done while the others are being maintained. Things are in place. Believe you me, you will also be doing this if you haven't been. And I have full confidence that that will be there. We have reached to 19, 20, 13. You can go on moving. This complete network is being developed in London, and even today it's being constructed. And I believe it's going to be for 2050 or so, this plan. So in all, this is a development process which you are facing in your system. Now there is a typical station called Piccadilly. I'll just show you two or three images of Piccadilly, or rather two images of Piccadilly, one when it was planned, one which is today. It is here. This is the image when it was planned, and you can see the intricacy of the buried infrastructure. Believe you me, you will also have a similar type of infrastructure. The dimensions, the diameters, the sizes might be smaller, much smaller, but still this particular buried infrastructure is there. This kind of board, you can see it was there when it was being constructed. Even today, that board is there, the Sanyo board. So you can visualize that the infrastructure continued, and this is what is the situation you are also going to see. But now, I'm going to show you a picture from New Delhi, and then few more pictures from the smart areas of the nation. This is the road cave at Arvindo Marg. Would we appreciate these in our smart city? Do you want this? Or this? Or this? Or this? Are we smart? I have all my doubts they are not. And you have to prevent these things to happen in your cities, in your smart city. And to prevent that, you need to have proper understanding, proper vision, what is required to have these pipelines functional. See, what happens is when your pipeline or your drainage line starts leaking, the external fluid flows in. Please, mute your mic. When the fluid flows in, it brings in the soil along with it. When the soil flows in, you get voids created. And these voids, when subjected to the load from the traffic, will collapse. And when they collapse, the the cave-ins or the pits can be so huge. Do you want them to happen in your smart cities? I'm sure you don't. And if you don't, you need to have proper proactive plan to have the utility protected as well as the surrounding areas protected. You can do this through proper application of data which you are getting while you are constructing your utility or maintaining your utility. And then not only data, there has to be standard process or standard thought process. Where do you go from a particular point to another point? Now, this is a small video I'm showing you about the utilities being developed in urban areas.
Status, a modern solution for sustainable net management of sewer, water and gas infrastructures, reveals the hidden potentials of your network. Urban settlement areas have become more and more dense throughout the process of urbanization taking place during the past decades. This was followed by the installation of the lifelines for the cities, the infrastructures required for water, gas and energy supply, and sewage disposal. Due to the enormous extent of these veins, a reasoned net management is mandatory to preserve serviceability. These networks, installed ages ago and more or less continuously extended according to the prevailing needs, deteriorate due to corrosion, abrasion, and many other loads and stresses they need to resist. This decay and the resulting possible major consequences, such as flooding or breaking into the open, need to be stopped. Unfortunately, the networks are out of sight in the underground, and without inspections, all actions are based on presumptions and are rather speculative. For this reason, continuous monitoring of the network condition, for sewers for example, by TV inspections is mandatory. In many countries, therefore, these inspections are required by law. Each TV inspection delivers various data sets related to the inspected sewer section. To draw the complete picture of the network, the data available from all inspected sewers is needed. All inspection data and their relations need to be correct, consistent, and plausible. Therefore, a sophisticated data analysis guarantees the quality required. This three-level analysis supports quality control in sorting and evaluating the data stock before storing in the database. Realistic assessment of existing damages is the key for an optimal network maintenance solution. However, common damage evaluation models do include only damage type and extent. In advance, Status ensures a detailed and holistic damage assessment by including additional parameters such as material, diameter and wall thickness, soil type and pipe cover, groundwater level, and various stress and load impacts. All these attributes are linked by fuzzy logic, in which the various parameters, always pairwise, create a three-dimensional result field. These resulting 3D matrices are linked to the corresponding results of other fuzzy logic processes. Thus, for the first time, it leads to evaluation results which are extremely close to reality and reflect the true impact of the damage under the different viewpoints. Without Status, this accuracy is only achievable by a costly individual assessment. The damage assessment is the basement, and followed by the section assessment, which is divided into condition assessment and assessment of the substance. The condition indicates the priority of action, whereas the substance, standing for the where reserve, reveals the type of action, such as repair, rehabilitation, or replacement. Section with local heavy damage. Urgent action required, but no replacement needed. Complete section with minor damages. Schedule for replacement. Based on section assessment and age deterioration, behavior of the network can be determined. As sections deteriorate differently, the network is clustered according to age-relevant attributes. For example, the selection of all sections made of concrete, having a cover smaller than 4 meters and a diameter smaller or equal to 350 millimeters, gives a group speed represented by the specific survival functions. This is done for all remaining clusters. Having determined the cluster-specific deterioration, Status is taking the next step and predicts the aging of single sections. The mathematical background for this is the model of Markov chains, which calculates the transition probabilities for condition and substance. Based on the now well-determined aging processes and other parameters such as economy or hydraulics, the impact of the various maintenance actions on the network can be predicted. This finally results in optimized maintenance strategies, which are balanced between costs and network demands. The different steps of Status provide you with detailed knowledge on your network condition and performance, now and in the future, considering all relevant ancillary conditions. That gives you flexibility for planning your resources and security against unexpected failures and the resulting heavy consequences.
Is basically a German model being used in Germany and different European nations. You can plan your utility management based on that. But before going there, you need to have a basic vision on what you want to do with your infrastructure. Do we want smart city infrastructure built to last, or do we want repairs to continue to last? Choice is ours. I would prefer the first one. I want to build my smart city infrastructure to last. And if I want it to last, I have to have proper and bankable systems to function and operate my subsurface infrastructure. So let's see, smart city and subsurface construction. Smart city can be newly developed or existing old cities, which you are facing today. The infrastructure, especially the gravity sewers and stormwater lines of new smart cities, could be installed using open cut technique before buildings and roads are constructed. But the lines of existing old smart cities cannot be replaced, constructed, or used using the open cut technique without significant inconvenience and additional cost. Trenchless technology provides a better and cost-effective alternative. For economic and social reasons, the smart cities would attract population migration from rural areas, leading to enhanced load. And if the load grows, this migration increases the current and future water and wastewater flow, rapidly exceeding the capacity of these existing utilities, causing an environmental and health problems. Consequently, these smart cities would need to install several new utilities, replace and rehab many existing pipelines to support the needed demand. Gravity lines are the most challenging because their depth, accuracy, and size. You cannot go below and then bring the water up. It has to be within the defined level difference. Most of these pipelines are located underneath very congested and narrow roads. Trenchless pipeline rehabilitation or replacement techniques can be economical alternative to open cut that reduces disturbance to business and residents. And when we are talking about smart cities, the smart city has to deliver. And if it has to deliver, the outage time has to be the least one. Trenchless provides you that solution. Trenchless technology applications are remotely operated, smart construction processes that are extremely useful for creating, maintaining, and managing subsurface utilities without continuous excavations. Through this feature, surface and subsurface infrastructure destruction in urban area can be avoided during construction. And obviously, one of the prime need for smart city, that if you have made a smart city, declared a region or an area as a smart city, you're not going and excavating it day in, day out, or every third day or every fourth day. In addition to positioning processes and systems of these techniques help in creating correct as-built database of buried utilities, providing valuable inputs for future maintenance works of subsurface utilities. When you are using remote controlled equipment, naturally their XYZ coordinate of the excavation front or of the maintenance front will be recorded automatically. And if that gets recorded automatically and honestly, in that case, you will have a bankable database that could be used for your future applications or maintenance or replacement activity. Now, what is the engineering going within this? The process would be, when you're talking about a subsurface utility, you would be planning it, constructing it, inspecting it, or maintaining, rehabilitating or renewing it, replacing or removing it. Basically, it would be planning the route, construction process planning, data management, deterioration prediction, and asset management. These are the basic movements for utility life cycle. And believe you me, this has to be part of your business. If this is part of your business, then you are able to visualize that you constructed this particular portion of the pipeline, this buried utility or buried structure. At this time, it is going to fail after so much time. This is the model of the repair which has to be brought in, where all you have to prevent anybody coming and damaging your existing structure. Practically, the engineering process step could include defining the requirement, generation of alternate solutions, evaluation of alternatives and selection of the most suitable solution, detailed design, design promotion, construction and testing, performance evaluation, and finally, conclusion reporting. This is the core of the complete engineering process which you have to perform when you are actually developing or maintaining or replacing any buried utility. When I'm talking about smart city specific applications, for structured process of buried utility development, maintenance, management of a city specific subsurface utility vision document could be prepared. If that vision document is available, you will have a proactive approach towards all of your assets which are buried below the ground. This document could be focused at the following aspects, which is planning, investigations, project operating procedures, subsurface utility information system, subsurface asset operation and maintenance system, and finally, asset termination and replacement systems covering the entire life cycle of the subsurface infrastructure of a smart city. This process could be initiated by assessing the specific needs of trenchless technique for all utility projects that you are going to be applying in your project or in your city. The vision document would also help in identifying the skill gaps in engineers and taking necessary rectification actions. If you plan that you want to go for micro tunneling of a line and you do not have adequately trained staff, naturally your output is going to be suspect. And to contain that, you need to know that you would be planning for micro tunneling at some point of time in the future. And based on that, if there is some kind of capacity developed within your institution or within your city, that is going to be helpful. And that is what we propose. Now, I'm just listing the basic topics which should go in the vision document, which are basically, these are tentative topics on a generic basis. For city-specific requirement, you will have to develop your own system. You have to define the life cycle of subsurface constructions, smart city applications, advantages, classifications, subsurface investigation, subsurface utility engineering, condition assessment, new installation techniques, rehabilitation techniques, replacement techniques, area-wise technology need assessment, and this is something which is defined that, okay, fine, I'm making this kind of infrastructure in my area. So what kind of need I can expect over a period of 5 years, over a period of 10 years, 15, 20, or whatever. Technology selection methods, there are different techniques for executing the work. There have to be some kind of processes defined to select the technology, estimation processes, feasibility report development, DPR development, contract condition fixation, pre-qualification of agencies, trenchless project planning and management processes, trenchless equipment, application selection and application, technical manpower skills, evaluation and certification, technical specifications for the works, scope of work for trenchless projects, subsurface construction risk avoidance, safety issues in subsurface construction, waste management in trenchless projects. Believe you me, all these are essential to run your smart city successfully. If you don't do this, you will be failing at one point or another. Method statements, relevant codes, trenchless project supervision, consulting inputs for trenchless projects, third-party inspection of the trenchless project, as-built drawings of subsurface utilities, trenchless conventional project road cutting permissions, trenchless arbitral procedures, and dispute resolution system. So this concludes the structure of the vision document or tentative vision document. My submission is kindly consider this table or these topics and develop your own vision document suiting your city or your zone's requirement. The inputs that could come to you could come from our publications. There are other trenchless publications available. You can use those. There are inputs that INDA-CT can provide you. We have a vast network that can come and work with you. We have training programs that can be commissioned for the skill gaps identified, and then there are other trenchless training programs conducted by other organizations that could be seen. Noding India shows, as the Director General CIDC was indicating in the morning, that's an annual event, and this year it's on 1st and 2nd December at New Delhi. This is the promo. You can find its detail on our website, or you can communicate with us. We'll be pleased to have you with us, and we are also contemplating to have curtain raiser for smart cities somewhere between from today till 1st of December. Sometime we will be scheduling that depending on the expressions what we receive. And I'm inviting expressions if you are interested to have a curtain raiser for Nordic show, which could benefit the smart city of your area or your smart city itself. This is actually the 14th conference and exhibition, and these are the images from our 2019 Nordic India show. So with this, I would conclude my presentation. Trenchless techniques offer an effective tool for subsurface construction activities. Demand for utility services in smart cities is the primary driver of such constructions. Due to explosive demands, smart city SPV will need to develop and enhance its trenchless capacities. Trenchless capacity enhancement needs to address each type of stakeholders involved in the project delivery chain. You require engineers, you require contractors, you require equipment supplier, you require material supplier, you require a gamut of people, and we would be interested to work with you to cultivate that kind of system or delivery chain for you. Trenchless work is specialized in state of art. Competence of input is paramount. You put in people who do not know the job, you deploy equipment which is weak or not capable enough to deliver the project to you, you are having failure at your hands. And there have been several urban missions happening in the past where the results have not been very encouraging, whether they went for open cut or trenchless. So it's better that have a proper capability to deliver your subsurface utilities. Smart city SPVs need to develop their internal capacity for successful trenchless projects, and vision document would play a vital role. INDA-CT provides major platform for such activities and provides necessary knowledge for developing the vision. The last line or the final line is underground is the future. Let's maximize its potentials for our future generation. We must not consume it ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Swaroop. We now open the floor for any questions. That was a beautiful elucidation on why we not only need to be smart, but we need to build smart. And that was amply demonstrated through various videos and various case studies. So the smart cities basically, and others also, they can actually think on, they may be already having a vision document, but a vision document will help prepare the ground rules, the methodologies, and to implement it in a seamless way. We have our friends from overseas joining. Dr. Renu Raj, we can see. She's a regular on the Smart City Forum hosted by. Hello, Dr. Renu. We have Mr. Ramdas Wanare joining from Dubai, UAE.
Good
Hello
morning.
to you.
Good morning, all of you. It's really a pleasure for me, and it's early morning, so I'm always happy. And sometime I hold my office time and join your meeting. It's very useful, though it is for India, but it's very useful.
Thank you so much, and we love your contributions in these meetings.
Thank you.
So I think we move on to the next presentation as there are no questions at the moment. And it is intelligent monitoring of infra assets, growth and public safety drivers. Mr. Sudeep Majumdar, CEO, Prophecy, Sensalytics, Baltimore, US joins us. Mr. Sudeep.
Yes, please.
Floor is yours, sir.
Yes, I'll just take it up. You can see it, right, please?
Yes.
Yeah.
Nice and clear. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. First of all, it's an honor to present to this August Forum, and getting a chance to to put our point of view in terms of future growth areas of smart cities. Now, first of all, the time is, I think, limited, so I'll just go with the first few things, kind of a little bit of pleasantry. Who am I? So I'm Sudeep. I'm the CEO of Prophecy Sensalytics of, it's an LLC, it's a Baltimore-based company. We do have a India 100% subsidiary. And we do have three lines of products, I would say. We have got 25 patents, and we are developing at this point in time 10 in application stage. And in this particular case, actually, I'll talk about more of SignaGuard, which is our infrastructure and safety tech related stuff. So from that point of view, I'll actually present what we do. Actually, when I present, it'll be coming up quickly, right? Now, our management team, sorry, I had some biscuits and I have a problem a little bit. Sorry about that. So, our management team, the company is actually formed by, it's funded by Conrad Bessemer. Conrad Bessemer is great nephew of Sir Henry Bessemer. Henry Bessemer is the inventor of steel. I know Mr. Singh presented on MSP steel. So yeah, they're basically, the presenter's grandnephew is my chairman. That's one. Secondly, is the guy who is the CTO. He's the IIT Kharagpur engineering physics and integrated physics, and then PhD from IIT Kharagpur, Dr. Pal. And I've got Pinak Dottore, who is ex-McKinsey partner. He's also an advisor. Apart from that, right at this moment, the new concept of intelligent monitoring of infrastructure assets, which is basically buildings and the bridges and the tunnels, and all these things are in an intelligent way is basically the new things. And I'm talking to a lot of Indian academicians, engineers, practitioners, some of them from IIT Bombay, IIT Roorkee, and Mr. Pramod Bungirwar in Mumbai, to Amitabh Ghoshal in Calcutta, to Achyut Ghosh in Calcutta, to lots of academicians, Rakesh Chopra from Indian Railways. I mean, he's the ex-Rail board member. So I'm basically presenting, and I'm trying to get some validation of the concepts of infrastructure monitoring, because this is globally emerging area. Now, why we are presenting it today here? If we look at in the theme to the future growth areas, now, what is the smart city definition? Is there really a definition today of the smart city? Because we do have so many smart cities. Now, we have done some research on that. Is there really a definition? To be honest, there is no clear identified definition. It's a smart city, but there is an underlying theme, which is connected city for the citizens. What it delivers is connectedness. It delivers convenience. It delivers assurance of having a good life. Now you can take any meaning in any way. So that's what actually, so Nagpur smart city will be different than a Pune smart city, will be different than Jaipur smart city, will be different from Mumbai smart city or a Bhopal or Indore, right? Because somebody will take lighting, somebody will take lighting and cameras and surveillance, and a little more, possibly a little bit of artificial intelligence. I know that we have done when we delivered the Kumbh Mela surveillance as well. So that's also kind of, in a smart city genre. So what is a smart city is not defined. However, all of us are putting a great effort to make citizens assured of connectedness, convenience, etc. Now, my point of view is basically about safety. Now, what is that safety all about? So if you look at, even though the smart cities are being developed, these things are very common. Today the building collapse, tomorrow the bridge collapse, the bridge is under construction, or the bridge is in post-construction stage, whether it's a 10-year, 15 years, or 35 years. It starts from Miami. You saw that the top picture is actually Miami recent failure, where 164 people died. The second one on the right-hand side, you see that that's a failure in Minnesota, the bridge, which failed in early 90s. The third one is, you can see there's Calcutta, right? And there are fires, building fires, hospital fires, we've seen it. So even though we are becoming smarter in terms of technologies, in terms of implementation, in terms of, of funding, so why these things are happening and what are we doing about it? Now, does a smart city, or do the smart cities require such kind of safety? The safety will assure from wherever we are more than that, right? Now I'm becoming a little bit sanitized here. More than that, there's no absolute security here. We've done, before I come here, actually I've done some, through my team, did some research. 15 smart cities scope of work we've looked at. 12 in India, 3 outside India. None has public infrastructure monitoring, meaning a bridge, a flyover, statues, critical buildings, part of the smart city mandate. They're all the choices. I mean, they're doing it. Of course, some of them are being done, but by the individual authorities or some of the companies who have also built it, they are doing it, not part of holistic disaster recovery management, right? Second part of it, another safety, as I showed to you, that the fire. Short circuit, which is basically everybody talks about. The short circuit is a reason of fire. 29 hospital fire in last 12 months. It's the HT report, 93 people dead in India. And which other cities, many of the cities are part of it, right? If you look at, everybody talks about short circuit. Everybody, it's like if somebody dies, it's a doctor gives a certificate, cardiac arrest. It's not the reason, it is the final outcome. Because cardiac arrest is the last stage, short circuit is the last stage. But what has happened, whether it's a liver cirrhosis or a leukemia or a pancreatic attack, nobody knows. We are happy with this cardiac arrest. You know what? This is where things are, I think we need to look at the technologies. Who are the silent killers? Right? So important is, if the smart city has to be smarter tomorrow, or even more smart, let me put it this way. Yeah, what can we do with the new age technologies and make sure that the public are safer? Kind of situation for the smart cities. Our proposal is 2 of the aspects. I can't take everything, I can't boil the ocean. But what we can do is, from our views, it's important that in the country, like in India, if I look at 171,000 bridges are there. I'm talking about the road bridges. 21,000 bridges are actually deficient bridges. They're the numbers, official numbers. And 3,000 bridges are around more than deficient. I mean, it wasn't deficient. I don't call it as unsafe because I'm not allowed to do that, but probably they are, right? So intelligent monitoring, how do I do an intelligent monitoring of those assets which are actually deficient, or another 20,000 which are going into the deficiency level? How do you do that? Because we need to make people safer. Now, again, we can't boil the ocean. We are not saying that, of course, we need to get it done for all the bridges or those 20,000 or 40,000 bridges, but at least in the smart cities, which can actually show the way. So intelligent monitoring of infrastructure assets. I'll talk about it because I'm seeing that lots of data engineering and data science talks are here, and I'm very delighted to see that. So our approach is also exactly in that league. Being a structural engineer, I'm a civil engineer, but I see that very less, unfortunately, ingestion of data science into this particular field, and which we are actually proposing, which is intelligent monitoring. This is a very important term. It's not structural health monitoring. People are talking about and putting some sensors and doing that. I think more than that is needed. Second one is electrical fire hazard risk engineering. How do we understand a building or a critical building? Let's say, I'm just giving an idea. Let's say, assemblies or very tall building, so or hospital. How do we do the risk engineering? If you talk to the insurance guys, they'll be telling you that and how they do it. And we have taken a note of it. And it is all about Excel sheet. It is all about some kind of analytics, some kind of through discrete data set. And it's as old as 20 years. Probably some kind of changes are there in the logic, but the method is 20 years old. What can we do with the technology? That's what we are trying to say, that make it digitally enabled. Today's technologies have gone from old age. If I look at the intelligent monitoring, so structural health monitoring to intelligent monitoring of infrastructure assets. I'm just taking this particular part. It used to be visual, it used to be manual, it used to be some kind of database storage system in the site. Where I keep talking to a lot of senior people, so in the site, and they had the problem with the communication, because in 90s communication and 2021 communication is completely different. There was no G, now as a 5G going to be 6G, right? Now, with that, the technology is improved. It's all different kinds of sensors. One of the directors told me, or the large company's director told me, Sudeep, I used to do a sensor in 1984, 85. I said, yes, sir, you did it. But the technology in 1984-85, with humbly, I'm saying, it has changed probably 2 million times, right? So there are differences. Let's understand, accept, acknowledge, and then progress. So there are cloud computing, there are edge computing, there are big data analytics, there are different kinds of sensors which can take data. Like I can talk about this fire risk assessment. We take 8,000 to 120,000 signals per second from an electrical line to understand the characteristics of the silent killer. It's called MCSA technology, motor current signature analysis. We all read possibly during our first year engineering, the basic electrical, but that's actually the basis of it. Our CTO actually is double PhD on the same line. It's not easy subject, and but we need to understand, or we need to implement or deploy such kind of technologies. So the world has gone much ahead. So we can actually do intelligent monitoring of the bridges. We can intelligent monitoring of the buildings. We can also monitor the fire hazards assessment. We can do a risk engineering for the building through, building and critical structures through updated, upgraded technologies. Now, this is one of the fine examples of what this interesting, you about a bridge from one of the cities in the country. So I've shown it to very senior engineers, very respectable people here, right? If you look at the left-hand side corner, so which talks about the first three graph on the top, which is, it talks about actually Z-axis deflection, Y-axis deflection, and X-axis deflection, X, Y, and Z in that order. All our tests today for the structural engineering is static test, NDT. I know some of the structural engineers will be telling me, no, we do dynamic test as well. Yes, you do, possibly to an extent. But so we are talking about 24/7 monitoring data. And look at the Z-axis deflection and Y-axis deflection in a bridge, which is a straight bridge. Now the middle graph, this one, is the Y-axis deflection, a straight bridge. Interestingly, a very senior engineer asked me, Sudeep, there is any curve in the bridge? I said, no, sir, that's a normal bridge. So it's basically, we do have a lot of assumptions. We do have a lot of things that we consider during the design, but design is okay. it is passed. Construction is okay, it is passed, it is approved. But the way we assume during the design and the construction, but actually when it is there, the bridge, the usage is very, very different. And that is why it is happening. We need to measure the post-construction areas. Right? That's one. Secondly is why the data science is important. If you look at the right-hand side corner at the top, there are three data sets: raw data set, noise data set, and the net division layer. Basically, we get data from the sensors. I know a lot of people are saying that we put the sensors. Mindlessly, we are putting sensors. 30, 40, 60 sensors are putting. But what are we getting with it? What are we getting with that data? Raw data. Okay, I got the deviation. Let's say the deflection data. Is it the really deflection of the bridge or a building? Because there are lots of noise coming from the seismic vibration, because it's a natural vibration. There are a lot of noise because the sensor itself, because OEMs will tell you that, minus 10 to 10, minus plus 40 degree, we have got this kind of, but actually when you put it, it's under test condition automotive result, nothing else, right? So how do you approach that data set, a billion data points and big data set, as you call it, the GBs, the TBs, terabytes of data, how will you get the net data? A net deflection? It's all about data science. Intelligent monitoring is all about putting the sensors, but ultimately treating the data differently. If you look at the left-hand side corner, left-hand side bottom corner, the data, it tells me that per 10 degree increase, what is the deflection increase in a bridge? We all know that it happens. Where is the quantitative term in the post-construction commissioned bridge? We have looked at this bridge. For every under the similar load condition and load pattern, very loaded statement actually, it is 120 ton load over 24 hours, 60 kilometers per hour speed is different than 120 kilometers per hour speed. There are two different things. Dynamic load. So load and load patterns are very important. And with that, if you look at what is the temperature effect on this particular bridge, we saw 5 times more the deflections are coming. Expert asked me, Sudeep, is the data correct? I said, give me hundreds of bridges, I'll tell you whether it's correct or not, because it's a modeling issue, right? We have done the modeling for 1 bridge or 2 bridges, but if you get the data, we'll do it. So it is not about putting the sensor. So preserve the data so that we can do intelligent monitoring. And at the end of it, the last, the right-hand side bottom corner is all about the progressive strength of the bridge or residual life of the bridge. Is the bridge getting fatigued? If it is fatigued, at what rate? And then those 3 R's will be coming in, repair, rehabilitation, retrofit, whatever the questions are, right? But the first is diagnostics. And this should be part of the smart city. Why? Because smart, in the name of the smart, it should be intelligent. We should not stop there, just putting that sensors. Make a meaning out of it and put that meaning in the national disaster recovery or a state disaster recovery or a city disaster recovery so that it makes a sense for the authority to deal with it. Next one is basically the fire hazard. Now, as I told you earlier, I just tried to explain. If you look at how people do the fire hazard, right? It's all about visual data. People go there with their Excel, 50 questions. I know the insurance companies, if anybody is there, he'll be challenging me. I can take the challenge afterward. I'm talking to many insurance companies at this moment. But the important thing is that 85% of the fire happens because of electricity. Electrical anomalies in the line, because the harmonics, because of the reverse voltage, because reverse currents. We are talking about the smart cities and EV and fast EV. I was looking at the Tata Nexon car, which is the EV. They're saying 8 hours to charge. Tesla is charging in 40 minutes. That's a EV, fast charging EV. When there is a fast charging EV, from 0 to that voltage, peak voltage, it takes peak current at peak voltage. It's a few minutes or few seconds it goes to. What it does is it creates harmonics in the line. Are we geared up with that? Are we filtering that line properly? When the building is given to us, so it's a fully AC current. Actually, we put all the LEDs and the LCDs, which are nothing but capacitance based on valve-based technologies. Basically, we are putting anomalies in the electricity lines. Look at the MRI machine. It creates a huge amount of magnetic flux, right? With a very sharp charging for a few seconds. What does it do? It creates harmonics. It creates reverse electricity. You might have seen that in your house. When the geyser goes, AC goes, and the TV goes. Why? It's a harmonics, right? Even if the earthing is correct, sometimes it could be more. I have seen a couple of hospitals, because we are working with many of them, couple of hospitals, 45 ampere reverse current. You can allow possibly 15. You can allow possibly 15 amps or 20 amps, 45 amps. No wonder some of the markets have gone, picked up the fire, and there's a disaster, right? So this should be part of the smart city. How do we help insurance companies build a value-added service? How do we incentivize people who are doing a better job in making sure that people's lives are taken care of? And at the same time, we can disincentivize, or rather, we should help them in taking steps to make sure that right kind of filtering mechanisms are there. So this is nothing but, in fact, it can be self-servicing. I can talk about a revenue model later for the smart city authorities. It can be a self-service mechanism. We don't need to, maybe this initial money is there, but it can be a self-service mechanism, self-revenue mechanism. So having said that, so what's the future? So we believe, as a Professor Sensalytics, Machine Sense, and Signagar, as a lines of technologies which can actually fulfill. But what we believe that smart cities of the future are the beacons of the future, right? They're the beacons for us. They assure citizen safety, right? More safety than any other cities, right? So how do you do that with the old technologies? You must have new technologies, new approach for the future. Now, intelligent, when I'm saying intelligence, I'm not talking about only putting the senses, to be honest. It is about use artificial intelligence, use the data science. Artificial intelligence has multiple things. We're talking about cognitive, we are talking about NLPs, we are talking about advanced analytics, we're talking about multiple things, right? How do we use those technologies to make future better? So smart cities, if you want to make it smarter at a very low cost, I can tell you, I mean, my understanding is, I've seen a lot of, because L&T has a smart city business, right? An 800 crore contract or 1,000 crore contract, it can possibly have 0.5% on, few key bridges or few key flyover, just 0.5 to 1%, not more than that. And we can develop some of the papers which are groundbreaking for the country, not only for the smart city, right? Because this is a globally emerging subject. Because we are working as a company, we are working with multiple universities. In India, we are working with IIT Kharagpur. We are working with University of Maryland. We're talking to Baltimore, Dallas, and some other universities. We're talking to some of the cutting edge technology companies as well. Possibly, I'm not talking about the company here, but important is there's a huge amount of work going on in that space. So what are the business benefits? What are the benefits of these smart cities? I'd say, okay, smart city benefit, not really a business benefit. I'm sorry about that. It's basically preventing casualties, less of commotion after that. Upgrade the technology of the smart cities. Enrichment the risk engineering as a discipline. Now, this is one thing I haven't talked about actually in this process. Even intelligent monitoring of infrastructure assets could be part of risk engineering for insurance as well, by the way. Because insurance companies insure the bridges as well, right? And I can tell you what the technologies they're using. It's all about visual, right? And I can have a very healthy debate on that and why there should be technology infusion in that space to go to the next 20 years, because the current technology stack is 20 years old. So data-driven futures for the next generation, because a bridge when it is built or a building when it is built for 100 years, 4 generations, we need to make our next generations safer. I've got a mantra for you for the Smart City Authority here, sir. With humbly, I'll put it this way, 20, 50, 30. Now, what does it mean? Whenever you are building a technology stack, look at when you are building, 20% should not be more than 5 years take. 50% is a current stack. Please look at 30% should be a futuristic stack. Otherwise, a smart city, when you are spending 1,000 crores, it should actually tend to 10, at least 8 to 10 years, those technologies stack in upgraded version, right? And every 3 years, you should look at it. How do we upgrade that to make it 20, 50, 30 once again? Because what is happening is some of the stack that I have seen personnel, or we have done some researches, some of the stack is literally 10-year, 15-year-old. There's no relevance today, those technologies. Right? So 2050, 30, if you take the mantra, if you look at to make it safer, the future of the smart city. So we are saying that our point of view is, please get this intelligent monitoring of infrastructure assets, because all infrastructure assets are getting older day by day. And the US has a problem. The same problem is India, same problem in Germany. All 60, 70, 50 years old bridges are having problems, buildings are having problems. And we should look at how do we make sure they're safe. I think, thank you very much. I just made it very quick because I know that the overall time possibly overshot, but I'd like to take up any question that you have, please. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, Ms. Majumdar. That was a wonderful presentation which had a lot of cutting edge and state of the art technologies that you talked about, right from big data analytics to IIoT. Yes, indeed, the challenge is proper diagnostics to take forward the remedial measures. The floor is open for questions.
So if there's some time and there's no question, then I may add two, three stuff. That is, I mean, few questions.
Please go ahead.
Few questions that I come across, and I'd like to really ensure that we all can explain that. One of the things, some authorities ask me this question. Sudeep, somebody XYZ is giving a sensor which is 3 year, which can run 3 years or 4 years, and you are talking about and on battery, you are talking about electricity, and you're not saying anything on that. I'm saying that, sir, if you keep your mobile phone, today's smartphone, operating with 20 apps, keep it there. Even if Apple says that it'll be running 2 years or 3 years, it'll be running only 6 months, because the battery power is not infinite. Battery power is limited. And if you take what they're doing is they're taking 15 minutes off and then a signal, then 15 minutes off, then a signal. Basically, they're hibernating the signals. They're actually not taking continuous data. Now, if you think of a bridge, if you don't take 20 continuous data, then 15 minutes data, then you are missing everything actually. Out of 15 minutes, you get one piece of data. What does it do? You are losing 14 minutes and probably 55 seconds. So what value will be getting? So it is not about optimizing the battery or optimize the power. When it is electrical power, which is the best form of power, right? You take continuous data, do the better job in terms of data analytics or data science, because that's the future, right? Some of the questions, these are very important questions that come in. In fact, one of the railways chief engineer asked me this question, and I exactly asked the same question. What's the frequency of the data set that you are taking? He exactly told me 15 minutes and one, and then 15 minutes. I said, I do 24/7, no 15 minutes, sir, continuously every second. That's the difference, right? So unless we do that, we will not be getting the right kind of signature of a bridge. Under a central load condition, load pattern, seismic load, winds, salinity, alkalinity, we'll have to look at everything, right? What is the gross impact of that on the deviation and the fatigue? Fatigue doesn't have any unit, right? So we can go on, but I'd like to stop here. If you have any question, I'd like to take it up, but important
There's a question for you in the chat box.
Yes, please. Chat box. Okay.
Can you explain the actual technology, how we monitor a 70 years? You can see that question.
So, okay. Can you explain actual technology, how we monitor a building and bridge? Okay. Let me take out the bridge first. Sir, it's an engineering solution. This is not a solution. Every bridge is different. If it is a cable stayed bridge, I'll do it differently. If it is a normal, Howrah Bridge will have a different treatment than a second Hooghly Bridge. And a ROB will have a different, railway ROB will have a different treatment than a bridge which is used for the ground vehicles, not the railways. I'm talking about the cars or the trucks. So first of all I would say that what kind of bridge it is. I don't want to go for the solution, but yes, we do put the sensors appropriately, not mindlessly. I give an example, beautiful example I'll give. First of all, a bridge means a girder, a bearing, the truss, the cable, the truss members, the pier, the shear cap, the foundation, everything. It is not about only girders, right? So how do you measure surrogately? So meaning, if there is no fatigue unit, there is no one fatigue or two fatigue, right? You've got a deflection unit, you've got an amplitude unit, you don't have any fatigue unit. Why fatigue happens? Fatigue happens because there is a segregation of particles. Any material, if you go for a cyclic loading or random loading, it will lose its property. Think of steel. It loses ductility, right? It goes into stiffened mode. A concrete, think of the concrete. The materials are actually concrete is heterogeneous, not homogeneous. We treat it as a homogeneous. So when you go for a bridge, let's say girder, of course, people do that, L/2, L/3. You take those deflections, put accelerometer, put deflectometer, whatever is appropriate, right? Take those measurements. But then what? How do you measure a bridge coming, after a load going down and then coming up in the right time? If it is not coming back in 0.1 second, maybe there is a problem, one. And over a period of time, 0.1 second becomes 0.3, then 0.6, then possibly 5 second, right? I have a bridge I'm monitoring, which is going not even 3 minutes. What is the plastic property or elastic property of the bridge? So it is not a question of just putting sensors. It is putting sensors with a cause, with an aim. What am I going to do? Let's look at bearing health. What do you do in the bearing health? Right. I was talking to, I took a name, which is, I do a pranam for him all the time. I actually presented to him. I was telling him that, how do you do the bridge? I'm bearing. You put some sensor or do some, and you can't take the bearing out and do a testing and put the bearing back. No, you can't do that. So what do? Let's say a girder at the top on the bearing and then the shear cap. Very simple. I'm saying simple, but it's not simple. It's a data science again. So if the girder is moving, that deflection, what does a bearing do? It does absorb shock. So on a day one, the 0th signature, when the bridge is commissioned, probably that vibration should not be going into anything on the shear cap or the pier cap, right? It should be absorbed by the bearing. If it is an ideal condition, it's never ideal condition, possibly correlation factor is 0.1. Over a period of time, it will become 0.2, 0.3, 0.5. And you have to take a call. When it's 0.6, we'll change it, right? Or we'll repair it, whatever it is. So it's a data science. What is the vibration? What are the movements? And how do I do with a uniform load and load pattern and environmental condition? Because global warming is a reality. That's why I said 5 times more deflection is coming in, which is not quantitatively measured so far. Only designer has considered, but post-commission hardly it is measured. And I've checked in the American soil as well. I've checked in German soil as well. We are talking to the people. It's not measured, right? So it is all about, of course, putting sensors, rightly putting sensors. But what do we do after taking it from the sensor, those billions of data points? How do we treat that data? What is the aim? If my aim is looking at the deflection, time series is okay. But only deflection will not give you that. I'm just giving another small example on that. Let's say for a span, 6 centimeter is allowed as per IS code, BS code, AS code, any code you take in the world. 6 centimeter for a particular span. Now, has the bridge gone to the 6 centimeter in one day? No, it has started 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, this 1 to 6 movement or 0 to 6 movement can happen in 5 years or 50 years, or 30 years. So that's a rate of that progression is important, time factor, right? How do you, with the data science, how do you see the progression? There are multiple techniques. There are random forests. There are multi-kernel simulation. Somebody said the Markov chain, which is basically, kind of going into the different other genre. But there are different aspects of it, different way we can get that data treated and get a under reasonable confidence, we can get that. At the day, I always say that, if I get that curve, I give you the Nobel at that time, residual life of the bridge or residual life of a building. Okay, now building is a little different because what do you do in the building? There's a question mark all the time, especially the Miami building failure. The mayor has asked the same question. So basically one is the ground settlement. Second one is the tilt. Third one is I have proposed that see the movement, which is the vertical sway movement, because anything which is under heavy wind, especially in the Miami, if you look at multiple Katrinas or multiple, the windstorm was there. A lot of problems were there. And what we are the diagnostic guys. We can say that, it is swaying today under a particular load condition, let's say 1 centimeter, and under the same loading condition, after 3 years, we are seeing 1.5. That means there is some deterioration. And a vertical stuff, when it goes a little bit more, possibly there'll be a permanent damage, a permanent tilt. So important is, what is the progressive health? It is not about deflection data. What is the progressive tilt or a progressive fatigue? That's important. And that is the data science we have to put, right? And then we'll have to enrich, to go back to the designers, to the experts of the civil engineering, and tell them this is what we are getting. And then you can incorporate as you want. That's what we'll have to do, right? There is no one such solution. I know, humbly I'll say that, some people ask me, what would be the cost of a span? No, sir, I don't have it. And I can proudly say that I don't want to say that as well, unless I understand it's an engineering subject. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. We move on to our last presentation for the day. Last but not the least, the role of construction chemicals in smart cities by Mr. Ramesh Kanyan, Managing Director, Monarch Industrial Products Private Limited. Mr. Ramesh, the floor is yours.
Greetings of the day, sir. I'm very much excited to share the digital platform with the Honorable Chairman CADC, Honorable DG CADC, and Honorable Guest Vice Chancellor, Honorable Guest DG CPWD, and CADC to full CADC team, Director Operation Mr. Bharadwaj sir, and Director Finance Murthy sir, and Director General Manager Mr. Tiwari sir. So I'm very excited to share the platform, and also with a big audience of close to 250 people, and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ramesh Kanyan, Managing Director from Monarch Industrial Products, India Private Limited. Will you allow us to share the screen, please?
Avinash, please allow screen share for Mr. Kanyan.
It's a very exciting topic, roles of construction chemical in smart cities. Because we are one of the very few companies registered with CIDC having this dealing with construction chemicals, and also very exciting products which is going to come up, which we are going to share in the slide. And here I'd like to one thing brought to you the host of the team that my time shows now 4:30, and I think I should wrap it up at 5 o'clock because there's a delay of some 10 minutes. I think you'll allow for that.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Sir, we are into retrofitting operation. We are into operation and maintenance operation, and we also do safety side, and we also into the projects. So when we talk about retrofitting, we're taking about all the old assets, aging assets, and the protection and improvement is concerned. We are talking about new assets. So we are connected to every part of smart city assignment that you'll come to know in the slides to follow, sir. As far as our organization is concerned, we are the 20 years old company, Make in India company, and MSME company, Atmanirbhar company, and our company is located southernmost parts of country, Theni, a place called Theni, which is 1 hour drive from Madurai. Probably the most prominent place near to our place is Madurai, and we have very strong global presence. We export to over 20 countries across 6 continents, having about 150 shops for marketing and sales support services. And we have a very good product range for 700 plus product ranges, products and services. And we are the probably few companies one of the few companies for JTD bronze certified company in our state, Tamil Nadu. Next slide. You can see that our partial client list that shows who is who. We are into electricity, we are into water management, we are into mines, we are into cement sector, construction sector, steel sector. So we are touching all the industry connected to smart cities. So we are listing the contents which I am going to speak about. As I told you, we are going to talk about all the concept only on 3 areas. Retrofitting only for 4 areas. Sorry, retrofitting works, preventive maintenance, and safety, and last one is energy management. So one is I told you water and electricity supply and solid waste management also, and renewable energy power, water management, affordable housing. We are into affordable housing, and we are into smart parking too. This is one of the very good job we have done 12 years back at NTPC Faridabad, which is very close to you, few kilometers away from you. 12 years back, we have done a cooling tower job, complete retrofitting we have done, and it's standing very good even now. This is a completed job of the retrofitting work. So it is a basically 8-step process where we just do the retrofitting work and complete the scope of work in 8 steps. This is work completion, and this is for ICF, Integral Coach Factory, staff quarters. That is residential building. We do retrofitting work, meaning that we do retrofitting for industry, we do retrofitting for the any assets, residential, and for that matter, any assets. And as I told you, the preventive maintenance, we are contributing to the preventive maintenance, equipment failure, we are reducing equipment failure, we are contributing to avoid the breakdown maintenance. So we are trying to enhance the design life of the equipment. So these are the smart building concept where we cover up we envelop the total building. We are having all the solutions connected to the buildings. All the solutions, what we do energy efficiency for the building. We do heat reflection, and walls are fire protected. The coatings have the fire protection capability and completely weatherproof. And in the steel structural area, we do 2 hours fire rating. You know that after that 2001 September incident in America, Twin Tower clashing, where the temperature of the steel is touching, once it touches 550 degrees Celsius, it loses more than 60% of the yield strength. It collapses. So now the awareness has come to the architects, or the National Building Code is incorporated, and everyone is started giving 2 hours fire rating to the building. And even we contribute to the trenchless technology also. How we contribute to trenchless technology? The trenchless technology always are the buried structure, below ground structure, subground structures. So we need a very special coating to protect the assets, to do the repair and retrofitting works for the trenchless concept. So we are again into that. And we are also manufacturing about 60 products in construction and mixers to make the concrete smart, to modify the properties of cement. As I told you, sir, like we are into retrofitting job and also for protective preventive maintenance of all these sectors: healthcare sector, education sector, water and electricity supply. When he talks about water and electricity supply, we are into all the wastewater management, and the substation, all the electrical system in substation, we take care. And this is the wastewater management side, deterioration of solid handling equipment. What solution? The only solution that the municipality or the client has is to scrap the product once it develop the hole, once it develop the wear and tear. It costs few lakhs of rupees. Whereas at the fraction of replacement cost, probably not more than 15% of the asset cost, we reclaim the total property, we restore the total property asset, the equipment is completely restored, And what is more is the downtime is just 2 hours. In 2 hours, the equipment is restored and put back to the into the operation, and it works as good as the new equipment. The reason could be erosion and corrosion, galvanic corrosion, biological matter. Whatever could be the reason, end of the day, there is a wear and tear, there is a development of hole. Instead of scrapping it, we reclaim the asset and put back into operation. It's the best way we contribute to the wastewater management. Again, for grid separators, also same problem. That is aeration spinners. These are part of the very major part of the major equipments in wastewater plant available in all municipalities. Attack of primary and secondary treatment system. So again, what happens? There is something called routine maintenance, and there is something called day-to-day maintenance, something called preventive maintenance, something called predictive maintenance, something called breakdown maintenance. We are playing a role in all the maintenance, day-to-day activity in municipality and urban development on the housing sector. This is again a big challenge, the sewage handling system. Sewage handling system, you all know that due to the Austria's gas attack, there is a concrete damage is there. So we have a very beautiful protective coating that will safeguard the concrete from the Austria's gas attack. And secondary treatment area clarifier, again all the municipalities has this very big secondary treatment clarifier for the wastewater. Again, the attack is a concrete track. So we not only reclaim the concrete damages, also we give the complete protection against corrosion. The cementitious repair will not work there. And then comes to the challenges of leakages identification and making it completely leakage proof. So we take care of leakages of tanks, structures. This is again a clarifier tank, again the same problem. Wastewater management, it's a very big problem because of Austria's gas, chlorine content. All assets in the wastewater management are subject to the erosion, corrosion, and corrosion abrasion. So we are here to, we are having very wide range of solutions, as I told you, 700 plus solutions. So we are here to protect the assets and also retrofitting the assets. Finally, the chemical attach of the chemical storage tank. Now with this, we are over with wastewater. Now coming back to electricity supply. Again, we play a very critical role in electricity supply. Again, the same role, protection of the assets and retrofitting of the assets. We have a very unique technology of transformer oil leakage sealing. And that oil leakage is active leakage. When the oil is oozing out, without draining the oil or isolating the oil, we can fix the oil. We can fix the oil leakage. And after the repair, we stand guarantee for 5 years. Because any transformer, as you know, there are 80,000 liters of oil. What is the customer solution? Customer solution is only to take out all the oil and drain out all the oil. Again, they have to make oil filtration. Again, put it back to the transformer. It all takes a shutdown and outage and everything. And in some few cases, I've seen transformer got busted out also. So we are playing a very good role where we permanently seal the leakages of the oil. Live condition, in the sense, active leakages. Coming back to panel rooms in electrical system, we can see the left corner that rubber mat system is all outdated technology. Today, the dielectric system is given because rubber mat always there is a dust accumulation is there. So हमारा जो dielectric coating है, वो seamless coating आ रहता है, उसमें joint नहीं रहता है. So उसका dielectric coating 33 kV तक HD में आता है, तो class B बोलते हैं. LT में 11 kV तक हमारा पास प्रोडक्ट है. अभी ये भी बहुत अच्छा इंटरेस्टिंग प्रोडक्ट है. जैसे इंसुलेटर्स में जो डस्ट बैठ जाता है, तो डस्ट बैठने से क्या होता है, आर्किंग, फ्लैश शावर्स, all that happens. So to prevent that, always, substation people, maintenance people, they go and keep on cleaning the insulator, which is very labor cumbersome and labor oriented. We have a very high profile silicon based coating, which is very hydrophobic and dust repellent coating. Once it is given, 15 years, there is no issue on the insulator. These very, very important products in our range. cable coating. Due to short circuits, we have seen daily in the papers, we are seeing in all your assets of the smart cities has got a cable room. The cable room, due to short circuit, if any fire breaks out, there could be it could lead to the very huge fire accident where we play an active role in a way that we give a fire retardant coating over the cable. So once the fire catches, it just pops up. You can see here the char coating, the fire pops up, coating pops up. So as the coating pops up, the oxygen, it cuts off the oxygen that fire requires to burn. It cuts off oxygen that fire requires to burn continuously. And with this, there will not be any fire accident at all. It will be self-extinguishing. So you can save your people and property. Finally, in the electrical products, we have got a very good insulation tapes. That is a self-amalgamation kind of tape. Once you wind up on the live wires and it will insulate, it will fuse for itself, and it has got a resistance up to 33 kV per mm. So another key area of the smart city is solid waste management to energy and fuel. Again, we play the role here too. And we also play the very good role in renewable energy power. Like hydropower, we are the vendor to National NSPC, National Hydraulic Power Corporation, Uttarakhand Jal Nigam Vidyut Limited, and SJVN. So many hydro plants across the country, they are contributing, and many mechanical assets, civil assets, electrical assets. This is a very interesting thing. Except for apart from construction area, civil area, they are contributing for mechanical system, electrical system, and safety, fire and safety, and also for instrumentation. So coming back to hydropower, we are also contributing to wind power and biomass too. So again, talking about water management, the leakage identification was a very major area. So this is how we do. We have a very instant curing rubber tape. We identify the leakage and we immediately plug it immediately for PVC pipes and etc. Another very key areas, we have got a polyurethane dispersed quick repair tape. This is for not only for fixing the leakages, also for strengthening of the pipeline. See, there is a cross-country pipelines where the people, where the wall thickness of the pipelines reduced less than 50%, and they have no choice but to replace the pipeline or to take the shutdown. We are again play the major role in the water circulation pipelines, water pipelines, where we just re-strengthening the pipelines. So again we give the fresh life of 15 years. Again, these are other two areas we identified: overhead tank, GLR, ground level reservoirs, the huge tanks where we play a role of water pumping. This we have done NPCL. Again, this is 10 years back we have done the job. 342 product water tanks, 342 product water tank for the stop waters, and we have done overhead tanks. We have done service tanks also, power plant also, and after 10 years now it's running 12th year. It's still holding good, and even we have revoked even our bank guarantee too. Finally, when we come to the underground area like sumps, below ground area, crystalline water pumping we did, where we just make the concrete smart. Crystalline water pumping is a new technology where by making the concrete smart, it becomes the integral water pumping system. So finally, coming to affordable housing, we play our own role in OEMs. Few companies are making affordable housing. We play OEM role, contributing to foundation and plinth area, structure area, flooring system area, walls area to seal the leakages, roofing area for cost saving, and fire protection also we do for the affordable housing area for the safety. This is the roofing area I was talking about. When you talk about conventional roofing and smart roofing, this is a comparison. Here, the cost is about coming to conventional rupees, where the people put street concrete, lime, suriki, pressed tiles, and all that. It costs about 1,815 rupees per square meter, against our 990 rupees per square meter, and with 15 years design life. It is saving of 50% cost saving, and the manpower is very, very less. Where you complete the job in, say, 30 days, here you complete the job in 15 days. But discussing again and again about the energy saving and energy management, here is the example how we contribute to the energy saving. As I told you, the previous slide, we completely envelop the building, roofs, walls, total roofs, ceilings, everywhere we envelop the building with the coating. It reflects the heat back to the atmosphere. It reflects up to 95% of the heat back to the atmosphere. So the SRI value, the indication is SRI value. Glass has got a SRI value of 130, and our coating comes up to 116, one of the highest in Indian manufacturer. And you can save up to 10 kilowatts per every 1,000 square meter, 1,000 square feet, what you are investing. You save 10 kilowatt, it's very phenomenal. And energy saving, efficiency saving of 3 kilowatt per hour. Also, we do contribute to the pump efficiency improvement coating. Here the flow pump efficiency also is getting increased, and there is a 2% savings in the energy saving also. When we talk about energy saving, operating cost of the pump 90% contribute to the electricity savings only, electricity consumption only. So when we talk about 2%, generally the perception is people talk about ROI only, return on investment. But when we talk about to the life cycle cost, return on investment will come within 15 days to 30 days. But when we talk about life cycle cost, when we sign guarantee about 3 years for pumps and maybe 7 years for the heat tripty coating, they'll be saving few lakhs of rupees. Finally, thermal insulation coating. Again, this is very innovative coating. It's a replacement of the conventional system of rock wool insulation. So with the 50 mm rock wool insulation, it's replaced by just 2 mm coating. And there is main thing called CUA, corrosion under insulation. In the conventional insulation, you cannot identify the corrosion. Here, you can identify the corrosion. And also that, not identifying corrosion itself will not take place. And second thing is, even at the intricate surfaces, difficult to reach surfaces also, you can apply this coating. So this is a very, again, innovative concept. Wherever you want to save energy, you can coat this. And again, there is a very great potential of energy saving up to 15%. And temperature up to 500 degrees Celsius. And this is contribution to the traffic safety pavement marking for the smart parking. We do all the durable road marking paints. We do all the road marking paint that reflects the light back to the driver and alert the driver for the safe driving. So please do not carry the problem beyond this point, our point. So once again, I thanks all the dignitaries, seniors, and the audience for listening to me for the 20 minutes, and especially that close to 250 plus audience. And I want to record here, we have a very good network of dealers and manpower across India. So the Honorable Municipal Commissioners, Honorable IAS officers can, through their office administration, they can approach us always for the site visit, for the technical code, technical recommendation, budgetary code, and for any sampling work, we are prepared to service and prepared to contribute our role to the smart city. With this, I end my presentation. I go to the interactive session or open session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ramesh. There's a question for you. If you can switch off your PowerPoint. Yes, that's time. Mr. Abhishek Kumar has asked a question in the chat box. You can read that and reply.
Yes, sir. What is the material that you use in pipe leakages or in water? Yes, pipe leakages we use. As I indicated, Mr. Abhishek, we are using pipe repair kit. Number one. Number two, we are using rubber tape. Zero turntime RT. Other name is zero turntime PRK. So I will, if you can share your mail ID, I can share you all the catalog to you. Yes, it's a permanent solution. Even the area which is adjacent to the pipe may get break due to the punctures, but not this one. It can take up to 50 kg per centimeter square. Pressure. So this is a permanent solution, not the temporary one. Can I move on to the next question, please?
Sir, this pipe leakage system, this pipe leakage prevention system, here, are you able to repair the PVC pipe also, active leakages?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. One tape I told you, sir, zero turntime RT, that bonds very well to PVC pipe also, sir. Actively, that too active leakage.
PVC pipe also.
Yeah, that too, when the water is oozing out, running out, we can see it, sir.
So most of the leakages are happening at the joints.
Yes, sir.
So can we wrap this tape around that joint and give the treatment? Is it available?
Yes, sir.
Is it available?
Flexible tape. We can wrap it up till the time when you take the next shutdown, next available opportunity to replace the flanges in the joint area, especially I'm talking about. Earlier I commented that it's a permanent leakage. It's a permanent solution. Yes, it's a permanent solution for the other area. When you come to the flange area or joint area, but temporarily, momentarily, you can seal the leakage. And when you get the opportunity next again to shut the plant or replacement, you can always replace it. Remove it and replace it.
So this tape and this kit is available with your dealer across your dealership?
Yes, there is a dealer network in Delhi also. I hope you are from Delhi, sir. You are from Delhi, right?
No, I'm from Bhopal.
In Bhopal, also a person, Abdul Ghaffar Khan, will share you the details, sir. I'm making a note. You can share in the chat box. I'll make a note and get you back.
Okay. Okay, I will do. Thank you. Thank you.
If there is no more questions, can I take a leave with the permission of host Director Bharatwaj, sir?
Yes, sure. You can note down the email IDs that have been shared with you in the chat, and you can please take it.
Notes, sir. Everything I'm making notes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much. And we join tomorrow for another round of riveting presentations starting 11:15 a.m. The link has been shared with you. And if anybody has not received the link, it would be the same link that was valid today. That same link would continue. So thank you, wonderful people. We see you tomorrow at 11:15.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Bye-bye.